economics, quite different faculties compared to technological science, but we try to work together and create good things. And your conference, it's related with production and consumption. I'm IT guy. I'm from my background is computer science, and I usually work in consumption side, not production side. But it doesn't matter if we are talking about production or consumption. It's very important to do both things very sustainable. So I hope that your research, that your future works will help our world to be more sustainable. And I hope that your stay here in Kaunas, in our university, will leave you just good memories. And thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your work with your competences, and have a nice days here in our university. So good luck.
Thank you, Vice Rector Jonas Čeponis. And colleagues from BUP Secretariat, they have something. You could come here in order that everyone should hear you also online.
I just want to give a small vote of thanks from our side to you as Vice Rector and all of Kaunas University of Technology for hosting the conference, but being such an integral part of the BUP from its very inception. So many thanks, and here's to more fruitful cooperation in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I open?
Absolutely.
I will try. From this side, yes?
Whichever side works.
Okay. So in these days, it's very easy to say welcome speech, because ChatGPT is the best tool to generate welcome speech. But I will not use the prepared speech and. Oh, okay. And okay.
Maybe not the weather at the moment.
No, so it's from the sun, so it's quite
It's for the next week.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Jonas Čeponis, Vice Rector of Studies of Kaunas University of Technology. And now I would like to turn on the video welcoming speech from Madeleine Grenwick, Associate Professor, and she is Director of the Baltic University program and staying at Uppsala University. She's not with us today, but her welcoming speech for all participants as co-organizer of the event.
Good morning, dear colleagues and students. My name is Madeleine Granvik. I am the director of the Baltic University program. I would like to take the opportunity to pass a big thank you to the colleagues at Kaunas Technical University for hosting and welcoming the Baltic University program to be a part of your International Young Researchers Conference on Sustainable Production and Consumption, a Circular Economy Perspective. We are happy to be able to attend and be a part of this conference, and I see this as a very good opportunity for students being interested in circular economy and sustainability issues to have a chance to learn more about the topic, to be able to present their work, and to discuss and assess the international importance of scientific achievements for the industry and society of today. And also, this is a good occasion to be able to discuss over disciplines and different academic cultures within our region and our universities. And for today, I would like to give a short presentation of the Baltic University program for you that are not so doesn't know about us so much, and to be able to then tell some of how we are working in the program. And actually, we started 32 years ago, 1991, It was an initiative at Uppsala University to start this kind of academic cooperations in the region. And this program has grown to be one of the largest university cooperations in the world, actually. And for 3 decades, BUP has worked to enhance building strong regional academic communities and to foster knowledge and cooperations in the field of sustainable development, and also within environment protection, issues on democracy, and also education for sustainable development. And to make these regional cooperations to happen in real practice, it requires, of course, contributions from many hundreds of colleagues and students all over the region. And currently, we can see that there are 95 participating universities in 10 countries in the drainage area of the Baltic Sea region that are involved in the program. And in each country, there is a BUP National Center that is led by a center director. And there is also one coordinating secretariat here at Uppsala University, where I work, and my team. And we can also find 3 associated secretariats, one in Hamburg at Hamburg University of Applied Sciences, and in Poland, in Łódź, at Łódź University of Technology, and also in Finland, Åbo Academy University. And of course, I could not forget to mention all the colleagues at our participating university and students, of course, that is also involved in organizing different BUP events and, of course, participate and attend different BUP events and activities. And in the BUP strategy, it is clearly stated that the program shall support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And in such a work, BUP promotes, encourage and promote inter, multi and transdisciplinary cooperations, all kinds, where different disciplines and perspectives of sustainability meet. We have this approach since sustainability challenges often are extremely complex and embedded in a variety of different systems in different scales and different contexts. So it requires an inter and multidisciplinary approach. And out from the SDGs, we are focusing our activities on the following 10 themes. These are highlighted in courses and conferences, seminars, and in research collaborations, etc. And the last year's, the first theme in this list about climate change has been the most central in our BUP activities. And in our work to support and encourage regional collaborations, the main target groups are researchers, university teachers, students, and also the leadership at the participating universities. So we develop different kinds of activities related to education and research, as well as for strategic issues of relevance for universities as organizations. And on annual basis, we arrange scientific symposiums, conferences, seminars, trainings, and run different kinds of projects together with our participating universities. And in all kinds of academic activities, we strive to work according to what we call the BUP working model. So when we develop projects and courses and so on, we work according to this model, which means in practice that we cooperate in interdisciplinary and intercultural teams of colleagues and students from different participating universities. So it's colleagues and students that then represent different disciplines and academic cultures and contribute with their knowledge and experiences in developing common academic activities to foster sustainability in a Baltic Sea region context. So that is our cooperation approach in the program. And one example is when we are working to develop the course platform, the BP course platform. Then we are collaborating out from this model. And for example, when we worked with the climate change course, this is an example where we had about 30 researchers from 14 universities and 9 countries that contributed and developed this climate change course together. And we have launched that course, Climate Change, and also the Sustainable Food Systems course. And we are about to develop about 5 more for the moment that will be launched within a year. And regarding students' activities, we arrange several on annual basis. For example, this student conference that you all attend now this week. And we also have master thesis training and PhD training and summer schools. And we also have a student ambassadors program, to mention some of these. And we really hope that this conference that you attend this week could be like a starting point for you to get to know a little bit more about the BUP. And you are very, very welcome to attend other kind of activities that we arrange, and we look forward that you will register on this. And we will also absolutely see that some of you will be interesting to attend, to be a part in this our international board as a member, to become a student representative in the board. And also we of course welcome you to become a student ambassador to represent your university in BUP. So we look forward to hear more from you and welcome you to all the events in our program. So thank you for that, and thank you very much for once again Kaunas for hosting this event, and we are happy to be involved in it. And good luck to all the students that will also be able to present their work at the student conference. Good luck with the presentation, and I hope that we can hear more from you later on. Thank you very much, and good luck with everything. Bye bye.
Thank you, Madeleine Greivik, for presentation of Baltic University program, and also for short welcoming speech. I would like to invite and one more host of this event, Young Researchers Conference, Industrial Engineering, for the 10th time is organized by the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Design. And who is the leader of the faculty? Definitely Dean. So Andrius Vilkauskas, Dean of Faculty, welcome you.
Hello, hello, and welcome to Kaunas University of Technology. Kaunas of, let's say, place of bright minds, and you really bring a lot of energy, of bright ideas, nice ideas, and I really believe that you really want to share those ideas. And if you're talking about sustainability, about our future, your future, our future altogether, it means that we really have to think how the industry will look in the future, how we're going to change the industry, how we're going to reshape the industry. And it means that we really have to talk not only very nice buzzwords, making nice logos like be green or be whatever, we have to make it. And for this one, we have to be really good engineers, good managers, good whatever we do in our life, but we have to change our mindsets. And you are the future of the industry, so it means that you are also going to change the mindsets of the industry. And changing the mindset, it is something. But if you will do it, we really have very nice future. So future in your hands. But today is very nice time and place to share your experience, your knowledge, to take something for yourself as well. Bring your own network, because it is the place, as Visvaldas told, after 25 he stopped counting the nations. So it means so many possibilities for all of us. So have a good time, and I hope that you will not use umbrella. Thank you.
Thanks to our Dean, Andrius Vilkauskas, and we are at Kaunas University of Technology, and the majority of you are students with huge possibilities. And one of the best student possibility is to travel to another universities, to use Erasmus programs or other programs and support mechanisms, and to try to study everywhere, around Europe, around the world. Why not in Kaunas University of Technology, as you are becoming familiar? And shortly introduce possibilities, what you can get, or what kind of knowledge you can get here, what can Kaunas University of Technology propose to you for your Erasmus studies. I invite to make short presentation Vice Dean of Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Design, Kazimieras Juzėnas. Okay, floor is yours, Kazimierai.
So, thank you. Again, welcome everyone to Kaunas, to Lithuania, to our university, to our Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Design. So, my task today is to present our faculty shortly. If I am talking too long, so please stop me, because naturally we have many things to discuss, to talk, to share, and so on. I will talk about several things. I will talk about research at our faculty and studies at our faculty, especially from a point of view of international possibilities for students, for incoming students. So, well, hopefully that will be interesting for you and probably also useful when you select your direction for exchange in one or another, let's say, well, year of studies you have, or probably later for postdoctoral studies, for international research activities, and so on and so on. So, few facts about university at the beginning. So we are University of Technology, having 8 faculties that are focusing on studies and research. 8 institutes that are focusing mostly on research, but also have activities in PhD studies. Sometimes also master students do have some lectures or whatever, practical works at institutes and so on. We have 2 integrated centers of research, studies and business. One of them is here, where you are located right now. Technically 4 campuses in 3 different cities. So besides of Kaunas, probably another bigger part of our university is located in Pramonės, town in northern part of Lithuania. And we have approximately 23 students organizations, starting from students association and ending with, I know, arts clubs and so on and so on and so on. So students of curricular activities at our university are very also intense, active, so students, exchange students are also welcome to join them, at least for that short period of time, say half a year or a year, what you might spend in a foreign university. Basically, we have around 8,000 of students, more than 1,000 of academic staff, teachers, professors, and so on. I suppose majority of engineers at Lithuania are graduates of our university. Big majority, so we have lots of alumni anyway who graduated our university a few years ago or maybe tens of years ago. We are counting 100 years. Actually, in 2022, we counted 100 years of university in Kaunas, also, let's say, our university is originating from that. And yep, our graduates, engineers, business experts and so on, prepared at our university are very welcomed in industry. So majority of them are employed immediately. Actually, if you talk about our faculty, probably 2/3 of our students are employed during or after internship at their last year of studies. Because naturally, I think we really provide good background for our graduates, for our students, good knowledge and skills. How our university is different, let's say, from others, we have some so-called ED special programs that are focused on additional values for students, including those clubs, let's say, arts groups and so on, and specifically also activities focused on international exchange, promoting of that, let's say, supporting of students who wish to make more, not just a study, but do something more in research or whatever it is. We provide also possibilities of, let's say, mentorship for students. So students might get mentors from other students, mentors from industry, researchers. So those opportunities do exist. They are really useful. And students coming to study at our university naturally might use one or another of those opportunities. Research. Well, talking about strategy of research and similar things. So basically, we are focusing on several areas mostly. Both are transformation of industry, digital transformation, smart cities, and resilient communities. However, if you talk about sustainability, so basically that word exists in any area here, because if you talk about sustainability, we see that as a really integrating, let's say, level of tasks, of ideas, generations, and so on. What is important in any field of research you're doing, in any engineering development you're doing. So there should be always a question how you would address both problems related with sustainability, related with generation of your ideas, let's say, development of new products, and so on and so on. Okay, so probably I'll skip a little bit parts related with our, let's say, research activities, or let's say possibilities at our university, and we'll go to our faculty. So at our faculty, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering Design, we have 7 bachelor's and 9 master study programs, quite many, and that's probably a good thing for us to be so flexible, to suggest different areas for students, to suggest possibility of really interdisciplinary learning at our faculty. We have more than 100 of lecturers and professors, also some researchers. We have more than 1,000 students at our faculty. Most of them are bachelor students, other are master or PhD students. For exchange, probably it's more important to talk about studies that we do provide in English. So at our faculty, we're proud to have 4 bachelor study programs running totally in English, and also 7 master study programs running totally in English. So anyone who selects some subjects or, well, coming to that program actually is provided with studies in English together with our local full-time students, what are also coming not just from Lithuania, but from other countries, many countries, different countries. For example, in some study programs, the majority of our full-time students are not kind of Lithuanian students, even today. Talking about research at our faculty, we have research in several fields, like mechanical engineering, materials engineering, energetics, and transport engineering. So, and today, I suppose some presentation of our students will be related with one or another field of those So they're doing research naturally with some consultation for our professors and so on in fields like that. Coming back to studies, in bachelor level we have, as I already told, 4 bachelor study programs running in English. We have aviation engineering, fashion engineering, mechanical engineering, and mechatronics. So you're really welcome to come to both study programs as exchange students. All of those are 4 years study programs. Degree, which is granted, is Bachelor of Engineering or Bachelor of Sciences. In master level, we have aeronautical engineering, fashion, innovation technologies, industrial engineering management, mechanical engineering, mechatronics, sustainable management and production, and vehicles engineering. Sustainable management and production is provided together with our University Institute of Environmental Engineering. 2 years masters with 30 credits per semester and so on. Probably interesting thing is we have also some specific programs, BA Plus and MA Plus, where students have wider possibility to select some optional subjects. So if you're taking that path, you are able to select, for example, from 10 of sets of subjects in different areas. You're studying, let's say, mechanical engineering, but you might select, I don't know, automation, electronics, IT, or maybe, let's say, business-related subjects, together with kind of, well, more or less common path of studies in one or another field. We are proud to be part of ECU consortium, so a group of universities, where we have let's say, more and more close relations with our partners in research and also specifically in studies, which area I do represent as a Vice Dean for Studies. So our students studying here naturally may use also additional things, additional possibilities proposed by partner universities from this consortium too. Mobility. Typically, we have several tens of students outgoing for exchange to other countries, and 30-40 students coming to our faculty every year. So students who decide to come to Kaunas, to our faculty, specifically as exchange students, are meeting really international kind of society. Meets, groups with a really variety of nationalities, cultures, and so on and so on. So it's really a possibility to learn something more than just a subject which you are coming to lectures and getting as a part of your study program. And that number of exchange students is actually increasing. We got some kind of, deviations or reduction of that number in few last years due to, known reasons. But again, we are coming back to common path of increase of mobility of our students or students to our faculty. Okay, we also participate in Erasmus projects. Again, as KIP research areas and laboratory center, simply to see equipment we have. And we'll end with, again, some call for you. So I hope you will have really, or you already have a really good time at Kaunas now. You'll have even better in upcoming days. And I hope you will come back also as a student, exchange student, or maybe exchange researcher to our university, our faculty. Thank you.
Thank you, Kazimieras, for presentation of opportunities. It's always very valuable to know opportunities, because usually we miss them because we don't know them. Yeah. And now, okay, I'm switching to the Zoom, and okay, we see the nice person in our screens, and ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to introduce Karolis Žemaitis. who is, okay, yes, applauses are coming just. He is a Vice Minister of Ministry of Economy and Innovations of the Republic of Lithuania. Ministry of Economy and Innovations in Lithuania is responsible institution for regulation and taking care about the circular economy. And that's why I'm very happy and glad to have the Vice Minister with his welcoming words. Hello, Karolis, can you hear us?
Hi, hello, I can hear you.
Okay, you disappeared somewhere? Yeah, but...
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, so floor is yours.
Perfect, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you in my beloved hometown, Kaunas, and apologies I cannot be with you physically, but we have several parliamentary hearings right now happening, unfortunately not on the circular economy, nevertheless other important topics. But I'm still very, very glad and honored to be with you, at least virtually. I know you have a very busy agenda and a lot of topics to be discussed today and in your conference. And from the governmental point of view, I would like to emphasize that this general transformation and circular economy is one of the key priorities for us. And our strategic goal is industry's fundamental technological and structural transformation up until 2050. And of course, we have to be focused, and we have to look at this very broad topic from priority point of view. And our three priorities are industry's global competitiveness, climate neutral Europe by 2050, and industry digitalization. And I think all of these three aspects are critical and important for our competitiveness and looking forward how we move in the future. And we're also looking at the sustainable Lithuanian business environment and new standards for Lithuanian industrial companies, because we truly believe that we have to look at this topic very holistically. And I think that the fact that you are today in Kaunas discussing it is very important and key, because when we look at the topic of sustainability and circular economy and digital transformation, I always emphasize that we have to look at the three pillars. We have to look at academia, public sector and the government, and also society and businesses. And I think these three aspects are key for us to move forward. And if we lose one of these aspects, the change is not happening. If we don't have the academic interest, if we don't have the science involved, then the process is not going on. If we don't have the businesses aside, then naturally we don't have the added value created and the change created. And if the government is not interested in that topic, you can have the best scientific research and the best businesses, but still the regulation will be lagging. So for us, it is important to have this equal involvement of all the main actors. And for us, we see this topic from both the green economy as well as the digital economy. And if we're looking at the main sectors and areas that we see as key is renewables, hydrogen, clean vehicles, low carbon industry, and batteries. And of course, I will not go very deep into these aspects, and many of you have better knowledge, scientific or business knowledge than I do when it comes to these topics. But I think for me, it is important to emphasize the critical key position. And when we look at the green transition, and when we look at the renewable aspects, I think it is important to, and we see it also from the security point of view, because when it comes to raw materials, when it comes to critical raw materials, when it comes to the balancing of supply chains, it is important for us to understand how it is, what role it works also in the security point of view, not only in the green transition point of view. And I don't know if you know, might be you already discussed that, the roadmap for Lithuania's industrial transition to a circular economy that we also see as critical aspect for our cooperation and for moving forward. And the roadmap, it highlights the main aspects such as waste and clothing reuse, recycling, deposit schemes, and a renovation policy. But I think for us, it is important to use this roadmap also as a basis for communication. And we're always emphasizing that communication and working together, it's critical. And once again, you know, being able to communicate and have a dialogue on this important topic. And what I always try to also emphasize for the colleagues in business and in academia is you have to help us, the public sector, also to be educated by this topic, because it changes very rapidly. And I have to tell, it is not easy for the ministries, for the governments, for the public servants to adapt to the changing realities of circular economy, of sustainability, of green transition. And I'm always trying to emphasize the importance of education and the importance of the things that you do from the academic point of view, from the science point of view, and how important it is to educate us, the public servants, about the fantastic job that you do. Because in many cases, the regulation otherwise is not changing. And that is why I'm very happy that you are here. I really hope that you will enjoy KTU from the scientific as well as from the lifestyle point of view. And I'm wishing you the best in the upcoming conference, and have a good way to cooperate, to educate yourselves, and to also get to know a little bit Lithuania as well. So thank you very much, and have a good rest of the conference. Ačiū.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Karolis, for your words, for your empathizing of main pillars and main points from the governmental point of view. I know that you are very, very busy, and you are between important activities with the parliamentaries. So thank you very much, and hope to see you soon again in your hometown, Kaunas. And I'm happy that such a perfect, nice people from Kaunas are now in the government. Okay, so thank you, Karolis. And now we had a couple of welcome speeches, and we should switch to our plenary presentations, which are going to cover different aspects and different points of circular economy, production and consumption, in order to get the general view. We had some ideas and some thoughts from governmental institutions. Also, we're going to invite people from waste management, from business, from companies, and to get the messages from all stakeholders who are in the supply chain, because only possibility to implement circular economy successfully, the key is cooperation and interdisciplinary. I would like to invite Mr. Laurynas Virbickas. He is director of Kaunas Regional Waste Management Center. Laurynas owns the data about the waste. And if you want to do circularity, definitely you need to understand the flows, which you can or able to manage. Because if you, as Professor Staniškis yesterday told, you cannot manage the system if you are not measuring it. So what are the trends, situation, news, and what waste managers are thinking about the possibilities for circular economy? I'm inviting Laurynas, and let's check the last one, his presentation. And Laurynas, floor is yours. You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so hello guys. Yeah, so finally the data. Everybody likes the data, yeah, students. We cannot live without it. So yeah, I was laughing about the ones who are studying all life, but I'm still the student on PhD here. I'm also born here in Kaunas, but right now I have to work with all those wastes and think about not only Kaunas waste but also all Lithuanian waste. So Mr. Visvaldas invited me to talk what's going on here. I'll try to talk briefly what's going on in Europe. Also, other people will talk more, and probably you already seen some of the slides, because there's data. I'm guaranteed that part of you work with it. And so there are 4 main talking points what I'm going to tell. So about the numbers, what's going in Europe, you will see your countries. Of course, more about Lithuania and its infrastructure, how we deal with it, what challenges and what's going to be in next several years in Europe, what we're going to have here and in Europe, and of course a few more slides about circular economy, how not to listen bullshit and know what's going on in reality. So here, yeah, as we can see, the ones who live the best here on the right consumes the most. Lithuanians are getting better and better life, having better life, but we need to pay attention on it because you see 20% more has been used and generated within 15 years. And here in Europe is more or less the average. And here, what's going on with the waste in all the Europe. It's luckily that green color is getting smaller because this, as you see, is other type of working with waste. So nobody knows what's happening. It's Eurostat data, but it's luckily getting smaller and smaller as a landfill. And of course, incineration, composting, and material recycling is getting upwards. Here in Lithuania, sadly, we don't have 21st or 22nd or the year's data, but in this part, we are looking quite good. We are disposing less and less into the landfills, but I will show you later that it can be maybe just a time or something, what should be after 27th year. Here Lithuania is divided, when we entered the European Union, Europe said that waste has to be managed in regions. So there are 10 regions in Lithuania, and there are percentages what was done with the municipal waste. So 1/3 of it was composted. Right now, about 1/3 or even more is incinerated, then roughly 20% recycled, and less than 15% is disposed into the landfills. And of course, it's getting better, but it's incinerated. So later I'll show you also, of course, it's only a second step from the bottom, but still we cannot move so fastly. So here is our small Lithuania and how it looks like. There are 3 huge incineration plants in the biggest cities, then 10 MBT plants, 1 in each region, let's say 11 landfills, and then 118 bulky waste collection sites, but within our regional projects, right now it should increase a lot because to cover even more of the Lithuanian places. Then we have 74 secondary use centers, we call it giveaway points, where the people what has unnecessary stuff can just leave it, and then people who needs it can take for free. So it's getting more and more popular. And of course, green waste collection sites where people or companies can bring their grass, branches, and then we compost it or just make it as a biofuel. This is the lines, the chart, which shows why we are in this place right now with disposal of Lithuania, because of the implementation of MBT plants from mixed solid waste. Biological part is composted right now, made like a technical compost or stabilite, which is differently called in different countries. But it's also within this moment, it's already last scenario how it has to be treated. And this is the place where we should think about it. Great to hear that the previous guy told that, yes, we know that we need to invest into the waste sector, but the environmental ministry also has to think that after a few years, the composted material from MSW, from up to 80 millimeters, will not be composted anymore. And this part, almost 1/3 of all the waste, will be disposed. So we have very short of time how to change the system, and actually already lack of money how to make it. So this is like a huge red flag where I think not only Lithuania has to think about it. Yeah, here waste incineration, of course, the community, everybody speaks that it's bad, but just it's impossible not to use it right now, because within this infrastructure, we are decreasing the disposal to the landfills. Yes, right now, for example, extended producer responsibility in Sweden, they are taking care of the packaging system. They are trying to make packaging to be able to recycle because they are working with it straightly, not other companies. So, and they have plenty of incineration plants. Then they already import waste from other countries, from Norway, because they have lack of the waste, which they produce by their own, because they recycle much more. So it's nice to hear that already Sweden is on the third level. They are recycling more than, let's say, incineration. But in Lithuania, we are still on the second part, but it's not so bad as it could be, of course. We've seen what's happening in Malta or so on. So here are our national Lithuanian numbers and the EU, in which year what's going to happen. So from next year, organic waste should be collected separately. And of course, in Lithuania, we are used to say that everything is bad, like the sun shines better somewhere else, you bring the sun, we're happy, but next week gonna rain. But it's not so bad, everything here, because we have all the actually holistic source. We have extended producer responsibility, what, for example, Polish doesn't have a normal one. We have deposits return system, MBT plants, then sorting plants, and sorting areas, bulky waste sites. But again, our politics thinks that we can make better than Europe. Let's say here, after a few years, we can reach 80% of the waste will be collected separately. And I'm worried about it. I'm really worried about it because, I don't know, within these funds, it's almost impossible, but we will see what's going to happen. Like here, for example, by 50% we will reduce the food waste. Yeah, it's nice to hear that we want to be better, but we will see what's going to happen. Here, as I said, what we are separately collecting, we have all those curbside collections, deposit return systems, and our deposit return system is kind of a good example for other countries also. Here we can see how much of the packaging waste were imported into Lithuania and produced, so more than 400,000 tons. In 2021, we reached only metal recycling rate. Of course, it's easy to recycle, to sort it. All, of course, poor people can just sort it somewhere else. So we reached that numbers. And by 2030, we should reach these numbers, which is shown in black. We will see how it happened. Of course, paper is clearly almost, but with combined material, it's like it's still, you know, combined packaging goes to the market as a good material, but it's still, sometimes it is just sorted and recycled in incineration. So it's another bullshit what's happening, not only in Lithuania. And here, deposit return system, as we can see, there are a lot of avoided emissions. Of course, it's easy to calculate when you do not calculate a few million people, which is going on to the store and taking care of it. But when we look at the pieces, they are really enormous numbers. You see, almost billions of pieces of PET, metal cans, and glass. And now government is thinking even to increase to install additional new sorting machines and to be able to put like champagnes, wine bottles, because now there's only beverages to up to 1.5 liter, but not the strong alcohol. So yeah, it will be mainly for glass, but of course we need to understand that, for example, in villages, it's not a taromat where you can just put it. The people have to work, and like the old lady has to put and store everything. So of course, it's an additional challenge, but we will see what will happen. Here we wanted to show we make some like giveaway celebrations in the towns, and we wanted to show for people how it looks like. So in our Kaunas region, there are roughly 500,000 of people, and we are sorting the waste which from MSW source. We are getting roughly 140,000 tons of MSW, and we extract like 400 tons of PET. It doesn't count a lot, but when we calculate about numbers, there are 80 bottles per person per year, which is not put in the right place. So it's really a place where to improve. And of course, all the part of the systems has to be installed and work properly to reach the best. Here's also the new study appeared about all the holistic source and the must of MBT plant, but of course it has to work properly, because in Lithuania the main invests were made in 2016, and till now mainly no investments were made. Of course, like here in Kaunas we have like 4 NIRs, optical separators, and it's like the best mechanical sorting in Lithuania of MBT plants. But what's happening in, let's say, Sweden, there are 30, like 10 times more optical separators installing everywhere. When we are asking, for example, for companies, we would like one more to separate, they even do not making let's see how to say, offers for us. It's just too small numbers to make. So here in that study is shown that when you use all of the holistic source view with deposit systems, curbside collections, primary sorting, and so on, you can reach those targets. Without it, you can't. Even though maybe only several % from MBT plants can short out, it's still needed, because when you calculate how you have to reach those 80% of separate collection, I don't know, the numbers doesn't work as we would like to. Here, what could be if we invest more money, we can like 2 times make a better performance. But the limitation is because like even private companies here in Lithuania, which works with plastics, with packaging, they mainly have manual sorting because, of course, of the huge investments needed. But we have to somehow find those money and invest more to our infrastructure, because also RDF, yeah, it's kind of also a political thing. It's not so easy to say for people that you need to pay more, but when you pay less than 1% of your income per month for waste, and you pay sometimes 20% for electricity, so maybe it's not such a huge numbers now. Here is why we do need it, because the packaging stream will increase more and more. And if we do not invest and if we do not do nothing, we stay at the same level. And here we can come to circular economy. And this is the point for government institutions. And that's the main point of what I want to talk, because of course everybody sees those sustainable things. But here it's a crucial point for companies, for manufacturers, that if they are starting to work with recycling, working with even their own consequences of their production, they are becoming treaters. I mean, they are recyclers then. And how not to go to those paperwork with environmental projects and so on. Because let's say, like a sawmill, they just cut the wood, the leftovers can be burned, and that's easy, that's fine, yeah? But when you are working with plastics or metals, then you need to show that you have a waste, but at the same time, if you use waste, you are a waste manager, and you need plenty of legislations, things which takes really a lot of time, and it's very difficult for some to go through it. Those steps, of course, are like everywhere, that we need to collaborate. The same thing what I already mentioned, ministries, you guys, all of us has to go to inside us. These sustainable goals, everybody saw it, nothing new, just wanted to show that actually wastes are in more than half of it. Even in quality education is not mentioned here, but still, it appears everywhere. And here is not the best place, in Lithuania, like we didn't dispose a lot, but we are not so much circular as we would like to be. And here, the most important, about those mind-blowings and greenwashing, you know. We are here educated people, but others, which sees the number 7, recyclable, is definitely not recyclable. From the primary sorted stream, when we put plastic, paper, metal, yes, glass, from plastic only 60% can be normally recycled. Other can only be burned because there's no companies which would be able to work with it, to deal with it, because of the quantities, of course. But at the same time, consumers has to pay attention in it, and the same one, the producers has to pay attention. Because if producer makes this kind of plastic, of course, nobody will do nothing with it. I mean, we will not go anywhere further. And the same here, you see like those blind blowings and greenwashing. When you go to Egypt, like here in Europe, we cannot use plastic tubes here. But there, like Lithuanians just take it as a present backwards to home to Lithuania. Of course, it's like kind of good material, but why do we need to say that it's biodegradable, paper? Still plastic inside, and actually all the plastic, which is up to 80 millimeters, is not recyclable because of just normal sorting schemes. Because at the first, it goes through the drum with different with screens, and just small parts are not recyclable. So it's additional mind-blowing, and when you talk about the, I don't know, Snickers or everything, it will be just burnt. It cannot be recycled. So yeah, pay attention in it. We're working with it. Not everything is so bad in Lithuania, and I hope in your country is. So good luck for us.
So thank you, Laurinas. And yes, please take a seat. We have a special corner. We're not going to raise these question answers like usually. I like to chart, and like yesterday we did with Professor Staniškis, and today with our participants, we will discuss some things. Shortly, we were speaking a lot about waste, which we are trying to take out of the flow and recycle it. But definitely for the idea of circular economy is to make the system which is not generating waste, where we are using the value of materials more and more in the system before they're becoming waste. And you are acting at the end of life. So through your gates are coming goods. All of them you call waste, but definitely, I guess, not all of them are waste when they are coming through your gates. So which type of products or materials, as you see, you have the raw material, or the product could be reused more and more and should not enter through the gates of your company, which is managing the waste. What type of products, where is the potential for circular business models?
Yes, so actually I think that the PET example is kind of a good one right here, because there is a
PETs?
PET.
PET,
Yeah, so there is a need that you need to put part of it into the new bottle. So there is already a market, then there is a need. There are companies in Lithuania which produces bottles, and they're working with it well. All the time we are collecting it, we are selling it easily, not like with the other ones. Let's say for PP plastic, last year we got 300 euros, there was a need of it, and right now we got 30 euros, like 10 times less, and nobody wants it still. So the thing is that the market is very fluctuating. Of course, like the economy now is getting slower, we will see what's gonna happen. But let's see, for the same paper, if we start collecting food separately, the paper will become more bright, not polluted, and then it could be recycled to another paper, because right now it can only be composted to compost, yeah, but it's not like downcycling, because it's already polluted. You cannot make a new one from it, and yeah, those few ones. Yeah, with metals, of course, it's the easiest part. It's just the metal sorter turns around all the time. It collects it, throws it. It's kind of easy to take it out. Everybody needs it, and it's fine. So we are talking from commercial size. It's also very difficult then to project the future incomes, monies, investments, even the same politics. If you want to expand your waste treatment centers, yeah, they will ask what's going to happen and how you can say is it 300 euros or 30 euros per ton. What's going to be after a few years? So if it still continues with implementing the old products, old materials to the new ones, with the will of politics to do it, then everything will be better and better, I think.
Do we have questions from audience? Okay, I see one hand.
Okay, so when we are talking about those bottles, is there a way to produce several bottles for each citizen so that they can just go to the grocery and just buy only the product and not the bottle with that product? So that we don't produce bottles each time. I guess this should be cheaper for the company which makes products, and also it should be sustainable, because better quality bottle, not this thin plastic, but maybe even glass bottle, something like that, so that it is not it is durable. And so
of course it's possible, just we should say and ask ourselves, do we want it? Because yes, you can come to cafeteria with your own cup and they will make a cup for you in your own, but I don't see so many cups here. So that's the point. Yes, we can do it.
I don't have a question, but just to add to that, I think earlier, I come from India. Earlier we had actually glass bottles that we were using for milk deliveries and stuff like that. And right now in India, it's a huge concern because it's only soft packaging plastic, which is being used for milk. It's extremely bad for the environment. And even here, I thought that it would be better in Europe, but it's still plastic that we're using. So maybe we could kind of move to that for some essential things, because milk, for example, whether you drink regular milk or oat milk, you always need milk usually. So you can have a standard bottle and that you can kind of return to the supermarket, they can wash it and you can take another one. And it could kind of work, but I'm not sure. There was a startup in my home university, which was in Berlin. And this lady, she has started it, but she's not doing it for milk, but some standard package. So maybe we can have some innovations. But yeah, you're right. The people have to change. But maybe something like this exists in Kaunas or Lithuania, maybe.
Yeah, I could agree that standardization is very important. But another thing I want to mention is that plastic as itself is not such a bad thing. It just has to be right. If it's other type, mixed plastic, which is not possible to recycle, then it's bad. But if it's pure, well made, well collected, the system is, then everything is fine, because it's still light, cheap, takes a small place, because packaging itself with plastic is not such a bad thing as we can just imagine very briefly, but it has to be done properly.
I would like to agree with Laurinas about stigmatization of plastic. If plastic is separately collected, recycled, so everything is quite fine. Why glass is challenge? Why Danish company Carlsberg is developing paper beer bottle instead of good quality glass bottle, which we had every time? Due to the global market. To transport glass, which is very heavy, is very expensive. For this purpose, if we have localized market of milk, if the distribution is local, then glass is very fine. What to do in the large-scale markets? If you need to transport your product thousands of kilometers, and the weight is very huge. So, it really illustrates that the
problem is really complex, and today we're going to touch different corners of this problem from different point of views. And now we had only presentation about the waste, which is only small part of all system. And I would like to thank Laurinas for the presentation. Round of applause. Small present from organizers. Thank you. And now I would like to propose hygienic break, 10 minutes, up to 11, okay? I see happy faces. So it was needed, okay? So at 11 sharp, we are coming here. We don't have coffee break, but we have hygienic break, okay?
Yeah, Laurynas left us. He has a meeting. I didn't mention previously, well, while I was introducing him, Laurynas was BUP student, and he was sailing. He took a sail project and was sailing with BUP students and teachers for 2 weeks in Atlantic Oceans with tall ship while he was studying master studies, and he has very deep connections with BUP. That's why while we were searching the people who are presenting their ideas, which achieved a lot and can share the experience, very, very often we're using BUP network or BUP alumni, how we call, because BUP unites for many years. And if you are spending good time in BUP conferences, student events, activities, projects, sailings, definitely after many years you can phone, call, or mail a friend of yours from all times, and the keyword BUP opens all doors. So please build the network between yourselves, because definitely I'm sure that you're going to meet each other in many BUP events. Okay, let's go on with our program, and we had a opinion or point of view from the representative who is working on waste management system, but as Vice Minister Karolis Žemaitis was mentioned also, and Laurynas was mentioned, and yesterday Staniškis was mentioned, governance and regulation is very important. The rules according which we are living, working, and it's very important to understand not only the aspects which are relevant now, but also to understand what is going to happen in the future, what future legislation is coming, what kind of trends. Because if you want to be successful, you need to create a product for future society. We need to start to create products or services, and we need to sell them tomorrow. But what will be the needs of tomorrow's society? So then we need two superpowers to try to guess what is happening, or try to analyze the information, what is happening nowadays, and then we can predict for what to prepare. I would like to invite Ieva Budraitė. She's Director of International Relations and Project Activities at Green Policy Institute, to share with us circular economy policy, existing and future insights. Ieva, floor is yours. Also, water for you. Mouse.
Hello everyone, thank you for opportunity to speak before this audience and for introduction. As was mentioned, my name is Ieva Budraitė. By profession, I'm a public policy analyst. However, already 6 years I'm working specifically with green politics. I do advocacy activities, advocacy for the integration to public policy decisions, such ideas that are in compliance with climate crisis situation. I also try to make my impact and contribute to environmental awareness raising projects. I also advise Lithuanian Minister of Environment, and I also run NGO called Green Policy Institute. And today I was asked to talk about the future, how it will look like, and what tasks for researchers it sets. But I reviewed the agenda of this conference and the list of participants, and I understood that the audience is the best students who already knows what circularity is, and people who already creates very concrete solutions to make those ideas who are at the moment on paper reality. So I believe the best I can do is to introduce you to the ideas and decisions that are already already planned as public policy measures and regulations, and to draw your attention to specific areas where we as consumers, policymakers and businessmen are not yet sufficiently prepared, and we need science-based solutions as well as circular innovations. And I hope those insights will give you some ideas on what direction to put your future research projects, and maybe on what paths you can commercialize your ideas too. So the key phrase in this topic, of course, is the European Green Deal, which was brought to the public agenda by Ursula von der Leyen after she became president of European Commission, and set the most ambitious goal in our European community history to make Europe as a continent climate neutral by 2050. What does it mean, climate neutral? I guess you already know, but this ambition says to us that we need to minimize greenhouse gas emissions and maximize their absorbance as much as possible. And it also means that we must detach our economic growth from the use of new or raw materials as quickly as possible. And in order for these goals to become legal obligations, not only political promises, the European Climate Protection Law was adopted by European Parliament, and the action plan was created to achieve those goals, and this action plan was called the European Green Deal. Green Deal was very broad and is very broad and complex plan which intend enormous transformation in many areas, starting from public policy and finishing with economics and most importantly consumption habits. But unfortunately we do not have so many time to discuss all the different directions of Green Deal, so I will review only 8 essential pillars, let's say, on which Green Deal is built, and I will try to identify the challenges and areas where, in my opinion, the contribution of researchers like you would be extremely needed, and as I mentioned before, maybe it will bring new ideas in your heads too, to create not only academic but also business projects as well. So let's start from the first pillar of Green Deal, which is focused on climate neutrality, as it was mentioned. And it says for us that polluting production will be less desirable in European market. And this trend will be signaled by taxation of polluting activities. And that means that, at least initially, it may happen that EU-made goods will become more expensive than those that are not subject to strict pollution requirements. So European business will risk losing its competitiveness to global rivals. And to prevent companies from fleeing our bloc, the EU intends to apply, let's say, tax sticks to the goods that are imported to European Union. And the specific mechanism for implementing this is called the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which, in my opinion, would be easier to name as carbon emissions tax or carbon emissions tariff. However, regardless the terminology used, this mechanism will function as a reflection of current emissions trading system we have here in Europe, and it means that importers of goods will pay a tax which will be linked to what they would have paid if they were subject to European CO2 emission reduction requirements. And on the other hand, if a non-EU manufacturer will be able to prove that he already paid the carbon dioxide emissions in his country, the corresponding import tax will not be applied for him. And it is in order to ensure the legal certainty and stability for all businesses, this mechanism will be gradually implemented and will be applied only for those sectors where the greatest risk of carbon leakage is. And to be more concrete, it will cover electricity, iron and steel, aluminium, cement, fertilizers. And at the end of last year, in December, a political decision was made to include hydrogen in the first phase of this mechanism coverage. However, it must be said that this system and mechanism is designed to gradually include all other industries too. Other measures that European Commission called for consideration on national levels include the elimination of emission trading allowances, as well as introduction of both positive and negative taxes. I mean financial initiatives such as subsidies for activities that contribute to CO2 absorption, such as trees planting, peatland restoration, and so on. There is also a proposal to make subsidies to technologies that capture emissions and allow them to be used as a raw material for the production of mineral materials, chemical building blocks, synthetic fuels, and other projects. Because on the one hand, such technologies almost permanently isolate CO2 in building materials such as concrete, but on the other hand, costs of capture and storage are still very high, so EU is talking about a regulatory system that would help to commercialize these new technologies. But in summary, all these changes and new regulations says that all businesses need to think about their supply chain and to conduct a climate investment neutrality test as soon as possible. What I mean, firstly, to quantitatively assess emissions generated in their supply chain, later on to identify the most critical points where pollution is generated, and only then rationally to decide how to reduce or offset those emissions. However, there is a significant lack both of methodologies and specialists who would be able to doing such calculations, and market is sending the very strict message that such methodologies and specialists are really needed. And all tools that allow calculating, tracking, and controlling the footprint are welcomed also by businesses and by regulatory institutions. So if you have any ideas how to introduce such tools or methodologies for the market, my advice would be do it now, because it's the best time to fill that niche in the Europe and also in other countries too. Talking about the other very big topic that European Green Deal covers, we should think about buildings, because here in European Union about 75% of buildings are inefficient in energy consumption way, and the vast majority of those buildings will be still in use by 2050. And therefore, European Commission aims to create a wave of building modernization or renovation, and it plans to increase public financing for solutions to be developed. So it is already known that there would be an obligation for all member states to renovate at least 3% of the total area of public buildings in their countries each year. It is also known that the steel and concrete will need to be replaced with different organic materials, for example, wood, clay, straws, etc. And here in Lithuania, we already have the regulation which says that starting from next year, at least 50% of the materials used when you build new building should be organic. So you must use wood, clay, or straws, or other materials if you want to be in line with regulation. And all of this means that construction companies and organizations producing building materials have the unique opportunity to be leaders in creating new processes and value chains, but they need those technological solutions, and those who can offer them either new organic materials or processes how to use existing buildings in more efficient way are those ideas are very welcomed also in the market, and their value is really high. Talking about our big part of Green Deal, it's related with ecosystems, their restoration, and biodiversity protection. And all those regulations in this topic says that protected areas here in Europe will be expanded. Currently, here in Europe, we have the largest ecological network called Natura 2000, but it covers only 18% of European land territory and only 6% of marine territory. And the goal of Green Deal is to expand those amounts of territory by 2030 and to increase protected areas to 30%, both on land and on the sea. Some specific tasks in this area can be seen in the slide. I won't go into much detail, but I will just point your attention that it also speaks about blue economy, about the need to find the ways how to manage marine space sustainably, primarily to help to grow the potential of renewable energy there, but also to find solutions how to apply zero tolerance for illegal, unreported fishing practices, and so on. So the key message from this part of the topic would be that if you can offer for the market and regulators solutions how to reconcile tightening protection regimes with the business need to get resources and raw materials, so make those ideas loud and say it to the market. EU is also known as intensive agricultural territory, and European Green Deal will take a step to reduce the use of pesticides, antibiotics, and fertilizers. And Green Deal also talks about customers' protection, and it gives new requirements for sellers to create such advertisements of their projects their products that wouldn't distort consumers' understanding about the value of that project. So, for example, the advertisements of cheap meat and products which has high levels of sugar, salt, or fat will be restricted. And also changes are foreseen when we talk about labeling of food products. If at the moment we have almost every time nutritional information on the back of the product, so in the future it will be mandatory to put it in the front side of any project, any product, sorry. So all regulators has a very big challenge to change also farmers' mindset, to change their habits, how they do agriculture, but also regulatory institutions need tools which would help to control a situation, how if farmers are in line with new regulation. We in Lithuania has the saying that trust but verify. So in this case, on this field, it is very much relevant. So if you can offer technologies that would allow to evaluate, for example, actual amount of fertilizers or pesticides used in the farm, so please tell about those tools, and it's also very welcomed, and it would very help to improve the situation. One more pillar of Green Deal is reduced with transport and mobility. Once again, the aim is to reduce the total transport pollution by 90%. So in practice, this means that about 75% of current road transport and transportation needs to be transferred to railways or inland waterways. It also says that those logistics which will be kept on the road will have to be sorry, my English is quite broken, but it should be transferred to electricity, biodiesel, or hydrogen. Also, a lot of changes are foreseen for aviation and shipping industry. From 2026, aviation will have to be stopped, subsidized, and free ETC permits will not be given for the sector anymore. And shipping sector will be included in this system because till now it wasn't there. So regarding, for example, light and commercial transport, you probably have heard that internal combustion engines will be banned from 2035 in Europe. And this means that a lot of initiatives will be introduced to help businesses and consumers to switch from private cars to public transport, also to change vehicles from diesel to electric cars. But of course, it's not so easy to do, and we see it in Lithuania also. People are not willing to change their habits because they do not see financial initiatives on doing so. So that means that technological help, how to make public transport more sexy, let's say so, how to make car sharing more easy is very needed also to change situation and to minimize pollution in such a way that Green Deal advises. One more, probably the most important pillar of Green Deal is energy sector. And it's not only because of climate crisis situation, but also because of geopolitical situation and EU security. And Green Deal says that energy sector should be fully decarbonized and switched to renewable energy sources. And till 2030, 40% of EU energy consumption should be covered by renewables. At the moment, we have in whole EU only 20% of consumed energy from green, produced by green ways. Although technologies are available, but still ideas how to accelerate, for example, methane usage or green hydrogen usage, also very needed. And of course, ideas how to make use of energy more efficient, is this requirement is also actual. Seventh topic of Green Deal is related with zero pollution, and it talks about reduction of water and soil pollution as well as sound pollution. But once again, there are many goals, and on this slide I focus only on the strategy for sustainability of chemicals, which is a key EU document to address the diffuse sources of pollution, and it provides requirements to replace the hazard substances by a safe by design approach, which would ensure that hazardous substances wouldn't enter waste streams and wouldn't harm the recycling and reusing processes. Since we know that any innovation in this field could take 10 or even more years, so the help for companies to track their material usage, material loads, and to control it is needed at this moment if we do not want to take a lot of time for changes. And the last, the most also important topic is, of course, circularity. As it was mentioned before, in whole Europe we do not have high circularity rates. In Lithuania it reaches only about 4%. That means that absolute majority of materials are either in landfills or incinerated. And I believe that it's not a good solution if we want to achieve all climate neutrality goals. So we need to focus on solutions how to make the usage of materials from the moment they are created till the moment that they do not perform their main usage. So how to do it and what to achieve. European Union says that we should think not only about the last stage of any product, including electronics, textile, and other stuff, but to look at the sustainability from designing stage. And it also says that since 2025, I believe, such novelty as digital product passport should be introduced. That means that any stuff will have to have a QR code or other tool that would help us to know as consumers all actual information about that product, where it was produced, from what materials, who owns every step or every lifetime step of that product. And it should prevent us from wasting those products. Also, it is foreseen that green public procurements should be more intensively organized in order to create the demand and market for such products. Green Deal also wants to implement the consumer's right to repair. And it says that a lot of electronic materials must be provided to the market with spare parts in order to ensure that businesses or general people would be available to repair the thing. Then some small disruption happens to their item. So circularity also talks about slowing the fast fashion we have at the moment, but I know that the next presentation will cover this topic in more deeply, so I will only tell that European Green Deal wants to stop the intentional microplastics adding to textile production, because it creates a lot of rivers and other water bodies pollution by this material, and it also wants to support new business models which create or which promote the idea that product is a service. I mean renting stuff, repairing, and so on. Green Deal also talks about fighting excessive packaging, and it wants to prevent generation of packaging waste at all, and also to increase the high quality recycling. So by 2030, all packaging in EU market should be recyclable in economically viable way. And also that means that well-functioning secondary raw material should be created in EU, and that sets also additional targets for us. Green Deal also wants to promote reusability, and companies will have to offer some portion of their products in reusable or refillable packaging. There also are plans to standardize packaging shape for some extent of packaging products. And some of currently used packaging forms will be banned in total, such as disposable packaging for food and beverages in restaurants, where you can have reusable plates or other dishes. Also, disposable fruit and vegetable packaging will be vanished from the market. One more changes are related with e-commerce packaging. EU says that some standards will be applied to avoid excessive packaging and regulating maximum allowed empty space in e-commerce packaging, to avoid situations like in this picture, and also in the whole EU, mandatory deposit return systems should be created for plastic bottles and aluminum cans. Here in Lithuania, we have this system very well running, and a lot of countries comes to our state to know what are the secrets of the good mechanism applied. So I believe Lithuanians can share that good practice with other decision and policy makers. And one more important topic is about biodegradable plastics. At the moment, we see in the market a lot of greenwashing. People or consumers usually believe that biodegradable plastic is innocent and can be treated like in this picture here, but some requirements will be introduced. For example, if you will want to show on your product that it is compostable, so you as manufacturer will be obliged to receive a certificate which will show on what circumstances your product is really compostable. So to summarize, this circular economy pillar of Green Deal says for researchers that we need technological and process innovations that would help to close the loop. We need, as manufacturers, to free ourselves from excessive packaging in general, and all businesses need to implement transparency mechanisms to show their material traceability already now. Why it is important, as I mentioned, not only because of climate crisis situation, but also because many new requirements are set for banking sectors and other financial institutions. If you, as a business in the future, will want to receive a loan, you will have to show your sustainability level, let's say so. So it's very clear that sustainability will lead us to better financing opportunities, not only the reputation. So for a lot of businesses, European Green Deal makes an ultimatum to adapt to new requirements or to die. And no company wants to die, so they really need help. And I am sure that that help should come from you as an innovators, as in researchers, and as a people who offers only science-based solutions. And for you, this means that you can achieve not only academical results, but also financial results, because companies need to compete and they are willing to pay for tools and methodologies that are helping them to do that. So thank you a lot for your attention, and I hope you have heard some new things. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. You can grab your water. Please take a seat. Actually, thank you very much for the very valuable presentation, because nowadays, if you want to develop a successful startup to launch the production of new product or new service, it's crucially important to have a sense what legislation requirements or trends awaits us in the future. And this was very good squeezed summary of how we're going to live tomorrow. And if we will not prepare and adopt these rules, our business will die. Okay, before I will ask my question very quickly, maybe we have questions from audience. Okay, I saw the first hand, sorry guys. The girl was raised, first one.
Thank you. So you told that in buildings which use material with a smaller environment footprint should be used. And will using of these materials will affect of the strength of this building? Yes.
Specialist, but as far as I know, it has sometimes even better qualities than usual buildings. So only the question from environmental point of view is how we will manage the requirement to maximize carbon absorbance. For example, how we will manage to make more area forested with this goal to go to organic constructions. But politicians and policymakers are willing to find those solutions and reasonable proportions, and I hope that they will succeed.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to add that definitely environmental aspects are not overwhelming the security, safety of construction requirements, so they should be combined together. One more short question.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm following up on her question. You made in your 8 pillars, that's the building number 2, you made mention of renovation and the initiative for European Union to renovate buildings 3% annually, and Lithuania, the strategy is 50% new buildings. So I want to ask, there's going to be pressure on the forest. And you said we have to replace the cement and the steel with wood and straws. So with the fact that we are going to replace them, we are going to put pressure on our forest, which it will indirectly become adverse effect to the environment. So I want to find out the antecedent between this issue, because we are going to cut trees to replace them. So our forest is going to be depleted and indirectly cause climate change, ozone layers and all that. So I want to find out.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's very related with previous question, and I will repeat that in Lithuania, for example, we have very big debates about what you have said, but we are looking for the ways how to increase the general level of the forests, and later on to increase the areas which are strictly protected, where biodiversity can flourish. And to give other forests only for industrial needs. So in such a way, we believe that the balance between biodiversity needs and industrial needs will be achieved.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know that you have plenty of questions. I still hope that Yeva will stay for us for some time, for lunch, and there will be possibility to discuss and to raise the questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Small present from organizers. Thank you for your presentation.
And now I would like to also switch a topic again. I see that Lina Raulinavičienė, she's heading towards our stage. Lina is a head of marketing at a company, Aurica Packaging. We have heard quite a lot from waste managers, from policymakers, mentioning in the context of circular economy, the packaging sector as the sector with a big potential for circularity, which impacts environment and which has possibilities to adopt new challenges. So I will ask Lina to present their point of view, experience, and knowledge in this field. I will switch on presentation. Here it is. Everything works fine. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, hello everybody. Labas visiems. Lina mano vardas. Lina is my name, as I was presented already. And today I'm going to talk about the change once again. But before we start talking about the future, we can do a lot of change here and now. I represent business today. You represent future developments. I heard that there are lots of high expectations towards you to make the world better and more sustainable. But actually we can do things here and now as consumers. I am consumer, you are consumer. And by making a purchasing decision, you give a message to the brand directly. And today I'm going to combine business and consumer perspective, of course, academic and research perspective, to start this change here and now, while technologies, materials, and developments are still being on the way. So we hear a lot of today, not only today, many years before, asking us to stop using plastic, ban the plastic, clean the planet from the plastic, etc., etc. Prints on the streets, meetings, conferences, whatever. But actually plastic is a good material, and lots of FMCG brands that buy packaging from us would agree with me in terms of cost, weight, durability, and other features. And they simply have no alternatives. And they are under pressure, we are under pressure, because we produce plastic packaging. So in a way, we are polluters, we are producing waste. but we will see how the waste can be turned into a worthable material for other industries. There are solutions that we were offered from the market. First of them is to switch to bioplastics. Sounds good, renewable resources, organic matter, plastics produced from organic matter. But when we look deeper into that, we see some misunderstandings. First of all, what we have noticed, definitions bio-based and biodegradable are quite often used as synonyms. In reality, they are not synonyms. Bio-based means the beginning, the origin of plastic. It simply means that material was produced from organic matter. While biodegradable means the end of cycle, it's plastic's ability to biodegrade in certain conditions. And those conditions are like moisture 90% and more, air temperature 60 degrees and more, plus microorganisms. Who of you have such conditions at home? No hands in the audience. That's the answer. So when you see written that it's biodegradable packaging, it doesn't mean it will be composted, because industrial composting has to be applied to make this package to biodegrade. While bioplastics can also be recyclable together with fossil-based plastics. So these are absolutely different things. And when we talk about biodegradable packaging, there is a lack of collection system, there is a lack of composting system for biodegradable plastics, and they are simply incinerated. So when we have a good start in the beginning, and then we have the same, we have incineration, which is a feature of linear economics. It does not reduce the waste, it does not protect the environmental resources, and it does not prolong the useful life of the product and the material. So we have this kind of packaging in our portfolio. To be honest, we are not promoting it yet. Option number 2, paper, is probably well known for everybody, and for many consumers, it's basically the only alternative that they imagine to plastic packaging. In reality, paper simply has no resistance to environmental effects. Many products need to be protected from UV light, from oil, from even aggressive chemicals, from moisture and other features. Paper doesn't do that. It's physics. In order to have these features to improve the resistance to the environmental effect, paper is either laminated with plastics or it can be also impregnated. These are contaminators, and this kind of composite packaging is not recyclable. It goes for incineration again. So we have a biodegradable material, paper, but it goes for incineration. Okay, relatively, it can be relatively sustainable solution when incineration has energy recovery. Means that energy is used for heating premises, for example, but it does not present circular economy. What is really wrong when packaging looks like paper, feels like paper, and consumer wastes it to the paper waste bin, and then it contaminates the entire paper recycling stream, and the other paper cannot be recycled and produced quality paper material to be used for production of other products. Then, after considering bioplastics and paper, by the way, paper is also in our portfolio, but we encourage our customers not to use it unless it's only paper, we get back to plastics. And yes, I have to admit, when we have a composite packaging from different types of plastics in it, it's not recyclable. It goes for incineration. With energy recovery, we can say it's a relatively sustainable solution. I would say it's not in terms of circular economy. But if we develop a packaging which combines same types of plastics, it can have several layers, but same time plastics. Then it's monomaterial that can be recycled. And we thought that this might be a good direction for my company to go and to develop mono packaging. Mono packaging is simply monolayer plastic packaging, which presents same type of packaging, despite how many layers of packaging we have. Why it corresponds with circular economy? Because first of all, it helps us to reduce the waste and pollution. We can reduce packaging waste, we can reduce food waste because it still can have all the protective features to save the product inside, to ensure its quality, its hygiene and safety towards consumer. This kind of packaging, mono-packaging, extends the useful life of the material. When the packaging is recycled, we can help to create business opportunities for the recyclates business, and we can reduce the use of virgin materials when we talk about bio-based or fossil-based plastics. And with mono-packaging, we can protect the environmental resources because we either use fossil-based plastics many times, or bio-based plastics can also be recycled together and used again and again and again. Question now, from the consumer perspective, how can we recognize this kind of packaging? Because when you choose this kind of packaging, you send a message to the brand that it's important for you, and you encourage the brand to switch towards monolayer packaging. So first of all, it's very simple, it's a clear communication on the packaging. You can find the packaging where it's written 100% recyclable. If you trust the brand, trust the communication. If you don't trust the brand, I will show you how you can check the regulation end of cycle processing to make sure that it is recyclable. It might be written bioplastics, it might be written produced with green energy. So these are simple features that communicate why this packaging is more sustainable. We encourage brands, our customers, to communicate this clearly and simply for the consumers to understand and to enable them to make a choice. The second point is the end of life processing. I'm not sure if this regulation is the same in all countries, so let's focus on Lithuania. We have signs on the back side of the packaging which tells us if the packaging is really recyclable or not. When we talk about plastic packaging, we have signs from 1 to 6, and these are types of plastics that can be recycled. Mono packaging that can be recycled. So consumers in Lithuania they don't have to know all the types of plastics. All they have to know that 1 to 6 is recyclable. And if it's written on the packaging 100% recyclable, I can check it on the back side and I see 5. Okay, it is recyclable. If I see 7, it's combined plastics, PET with polyethylene and other types, which is not recyclable, at least at the moment, and goes for incineration. So if I see 7, I know it's incinerated. If I can choose, I choose the package which can be recyclable. If I see categories like 81 or 84, that's combined packaging, a composite from different materials. Plastics with paper, paper, plastic, even aluminum, that is definitely going for incineration. So even if you have paper, but then you have oily chips inside, there probably will be polymer, a layer of plastic, and the package will be either 81 or 84, and it will go for incineration. So if you want to be sustainable and make a choice today, consider other options. There are also other ways to improve the sustainability of the packaging. It's not only the material. So now you will also be able to judge the packaging and consider these factors when sending a message to the brand that you are purchasing. First of all, the proper size of the packaging. Several years ago, there was a campaign by Nestle for Kit Kat, I think. It was repeated by other brands as well. Same content, smaller package. And that was correct, because quite often we have excessive packaging. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was presenting for interview at the TV show, and I found a package of flour, and the same type, the same size of packaging had 100 grams of flour and 400 grams of flour. So you can imagine that this 100 flour product amount had a lot of excessive packaging. So when you make a solution, check the packaging. There are some products like chips, for example, where gas is used, they need this kind of package to protect the product. But when you have, I don't know, minced meat, processed products, quite often they have excessive packaging which is not necessary. Online shopping, you had a sample at Yeva's presentation. I am this kind of fool that sends emails to the brand saying, okay guys, when you fix the way you send packaging, I will return and purchase from you. Because I don't want this waste at my house, and I don't want you to waste money and packaging as well. Mono packaging, not only for flexible packaging, when we have mono layers, but also for the complex packaging. Here we have example of, you will probably recognize, you have a plastic tray at the bottom, you have product inside, and then top film on the top. Sometimes bottom film and top film are different, which means that you, for example, as consumer, have to separate them to make them separatable at the plastic recycling stream. But we are lazy a bit, I suppose, and we don't want to do that. That's why brands can make same type of plastic for both top and bottom. You just have to open it. The other thing is black film at the bottom. Black film can be recyclable, but in reality, black color prevents the plastic from being scanned and recognized at the waste management, at the sorting premises. So quite often, black packaging just goes to the stream for incineration because it's not recognized. So when I make a purchase, I choose the product which is packed either in clear or white bottom film, because then I know that this package will be scannable and will be recognized and will go for recycling. Use only the necessary. If possible, that's already about you being creators, maybe developers of materials and technologies. Do not use barrier properties or metallization. What happens in reality that quite often brands develop one type of packaging, but then they have various products, and they apply the same kind of packaging for all the products, despite the fact that some of these products don't need barrier properties. They are not simply demanding, and they use these barrier properties. These are contaminants within plastic. They are hard, if impossible, to be washed away, and they contaminate the plastic recyclate, and then this material cannot be used again. It's a low-quality plastic to be used for other products production. When we talk about rigid packaging, glass or plastic for beverages, chemicals, whatever, plastic containers, the same rule applies. Same type material for primary packaging and for the label. You have PET bottle. If there's a PET label, that's perfect. They go together to the same recycling stream. If you have a polypropylene plastic bucket, it's perfect if you have polypropylene label of it, because then you will have the marking from 1 to 6, depending on plastic time, which means the packaging is recyclable, and you don't have to pay effort on separating the label to make it recyclable. When we have glass or metal cans, there are specialized solutions. There are labels that switch off when glass is broken easily and is cleaned, protecting the glass recyclate from contamination. There are labels that are easily washed off. There are labels that dissolve in water, so you can put it under the stream of water and the label dissolves, which is perfect for secondary use of packaging. So choose your favorite brand and check what kind of means they are applying, because such means exist on the market. Reusable packaging. If there is a possibility to choose a product in single use or reusable, me personally, I choose reusable. Unfortunately, our type of flexible packaging cannot be reused, so we have to we focus on recyclability, but other products maybe can have reusable packaging. So again, it's worth considering. Fewer contaminants. Here you can recognize the packaging, which will be better recyclable and more sustainable. Smaller printing area. Smaller printing area, less printing inks, means less production waste in packaging production, and less CO2 emissions, and packaging will be more sustainable. Less colors and bright colors. Black color, as we already talked before, is a contaminant and prevents packaging from scanning. The same is in the printing colors. The darker colors we have, the more black is in there. And the black is very hard to be washed, and we risk that packaging will not be scanned and recognized for recyclability. So if you choose bright colors, you will give a message to the brand that, okay, this is the package I love, and you will make a more sustainable solution for the product. Question is how to assess sustainability. We talk a lot about sustainability, but talking is one thing, figures, data is the other. So sustainability can also be assessed, measured, and controlled. For our activity, we found that carbon footprint assessment probably covers the best packaging production and its environmental impact. So you probably already know better than me what carbon footprint is. It's the amount of greenhouse gases that is emitted by people or businesses when performing their activities. So we produce packaging, so of course we have emissions. And in order to have measurable data, comparable data, all those gases are converted into CO2 equivalent, and that's how they are accounted. We have 3 scopes. First scope is direct emissions. These are the emissions that we create performing our activity. For our printing house, it's the gas combustion and our own transport. We do the printing, we create the emission. The other scope is indirect emissions. These are created by energy sources that we purchase. For example, we purchase green energy. This kind of energy is considered to be sustainable, yet installation, maintenance have their own emissions, and we have to calculate them. And scope number 3 are the indirect emissions. These are products and services that we purchase for our own activities. For printing house, the majority of them comes from material production, and we figured it out when we calculated our own CO2 emissions. And here I have a case study to see how packaging environmental effect can be monitored and controlled, and targets placed for the future to reduce it. Here we have a standard nuts package, let's say, printed in 9 colors. It's quite a commercial printing, nothing special. Average size batch for Lithuanian market, let's say like this. This kind of packaging, production of this kind of packaging from material delivery to the customer's stock creates the emission more than 1,000 kilograms. To understand the amount, this about 1,000 kilograms is created from the plane flying from Vilnius to Chicago, almost 8,000 kilometers, or diesel car operating for 6 a month in average. If we change only the material, same delivery, same printing, same amount of printing batch, we only change the material. We have CO2 emission reduction about 50%. And here we have fossil-based plastics, just from multi-layer to monolayer packaging. That is recyclable. If we go further and print this packaging a bit in a different way, because printing industry is also developing, and we have this called extended gamut printing, which uses less printing inks, gives us quicker start at the beginning, and we result in less productional waste in packaging production. We decrease CO2 emission 4% more. In the end, if we change fossil-based plastics into bio-based plastics, just to remind you, bio-based plastics that are recyclable, not biodegradable, we reduce the emission 21% more. So from the very beginning, from traditional printed combined packaging to the mono bio-based packaging printed in extended gamut printing, its environmental impact is decreased practically twice. It's minus 45%. So here's a sample study how packaging impact can be monitored, controlled, and you can ask your favorite brands for data and mine this data when you buy their products. This kind of effort can be communicated. So when you have package communication about the sustainability, be careful that these are standardized, international standards, not just the company figures out something by themselves. So these are climate calc signs that say package was CO2 equivalent estimated or CO2 equivalent compensated. These are international signs, and if you go to the website climatecalc.eu, you can check the name of the printing house, the name of certificate, and be sure about the sustainability of this particular packaging. So it's a clear communication, not just I think my packaging is more sustainable. These things show that actually sustainability is a journey. There is no one way to make package sustainable or to make our performance sustainable. We have always to look the best way, the quickest way, and start changing it today. And for me, this journey requires us to be, as business, consumers, creators, academic society, to be, first of all, comprehensive. That was already mentioned today. We need to mind many factors. Packaging has to be cost-effective. It has to be comfortable for consumer. It has to have environmental features. Then it will survive. If it's too expensive, it will probably one-time campaign. If it's too difficult for consumer, it will probably be one-time campaign, because we are lazy. We don't want to put some effort on sustainability, even if we say on the contrary. We have to be creative. Make the packaging with the same content, less packaging, standing out on the shelf, but having less printing. So again, it requires creativity from everybody in the supply chain, and be cautious, because there's lots of greenwashing. You are young people, educated people, so I believe 2023 might be a year of anti-greenwashing. And working together, reading and considering the facts, not only believing, we can really make a change. And if we work everybody together, businesses, societies, academics, state governments, as it was announced, I believe we can have a change much quicker than we believe. Because together we are stronger than we are alone. So good luck, everybody. And let's go towards the change.
Thank you, Lena. Please take a seat, a glass of water for you. I would like to go back to this slide. I liked it very much, comprehensive, creative, and coaches. It's not only about the packaging, it's about everything. We can quickly grab a question from audience. I saw the first hands, okay.
Good afternoon. I see you're promoting plastic packaging. What about the nanoplastic and microplastic leaching from plastic packaging into our food? Thank you. But as much as I know, some materials that produce microplastics
are banned in EU. We don't have the research to approve that our packaging has no microplastics. But if it's recycled, it does not produce microplastics.
But it leaches microplastics into the food while
No. It's food safety is considered. As packaging producer, we operate under regulation that are common for food industries. We are BRC certified, so we operate the same way as food industry does. So if you are afraid that food might be not safe for the people, then packaging might be not safe, but it is. So it's the same standard.
Yeah, the question about the migration of any materials into the food, it's not possible anyway. So if there is any migration of any materials, chemical substances from the packaging material into the food, so it should be forbidden and no chance to put in the market.
Yeah,
definitely.
it's supervised, it's checked, even every batch is checked, and that's why we have laminates to have the printing inside, because the food can have no contact with the printing inks. That's why we need laminates to protect the food.
One more question. Yes. I'm not sure. Okay, you are the first.
Well, I can also ask in the lunch break. So. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. It was real nice. I enjoyed. I mean, my question is about the water, because when you were talking about the plastic recycling, that you can wash out, but you just make water polluted with this recycling process. I mean, why? Well, it's obvious that everyone's talking about the carbon footprint because it's like the biggest problem. But what do you think about water treatment from this area, from this perspective?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Just to be precise, I talked about the label that dissolves. This label is produced from organic matter. And what it dissolves, it separates into organic particles that are cleaned. So when you use the water, when you wash something in the sink, you have polluted water. It goes to the cleaning premises. So the label dissolves and goes to the cleaning premises as well. And all these organic particles are cleaned just like the waste that we produce as people.
Thank you, Lina, very much. Small present from organizers. I definitely invite you to stay with us, and there will be more questions during the lunch. And
I would like to switch on for the last plenary presentation from Victoria Nausėdė. She is she's a founder of circular business company, which is called Textile. And Victoria, she's KTU alumni also. She's going to present us and share her experience while she was launching the business out of circular economy philosophy and model. Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello to everyone, really happy to be here today. And yes, 13 springs ago, I graduated this wonderful program in KTU, in Apini, and I think it was a first big step into my further career and the first big step into my journey I'm today. I'm the founder of Circular Fashion Platform, and this is a platform for consumers and fashion brands promoting reuse, repair, renewal, and upcycling. I really believe that the reuse is important part in all this circular textiles economy. I know that recycling is vital, but reuse is also important. So if we look into the problematic, we have huge overproduction worldwide. And we see we have 1 billion garments produced per year globally. And for example, in European Union, one resident produces up to 15 kilos of textile and clothing per year. And this is really big numbers. At our national level, we have also a big textile waste problem. As you see, for about 74,000 tons of textile surplus we produce annually in Lithuania alone. And only up to 80% it is still being disposed of with mixed municipal waste. And it's really a big problem. At individual level, we have pressure to change clothing design, production, retail, and consumption patterns. Both consumers and industry stakeholders are looking for the most, for the best solutions, most convenient solutions for circularity, ideally covering all-in-one services. That means surplus collection, possibility to resell, donate, repair, renew, and recycle. And about all these things, it will be my presentation for you today. In Lithuania alone, as I already mentioned, we have big amounts of textile waste in our mixed waste streams. And that means that every year we lose thousands tons of good resources. And For about up to 40% of it, it could be really reused. But when it's a problem, there's also opportunities. Reuse extends the life of the item, as you already know, reduces the product's eco footprint, diverts from the landfill all this textile, and reduces the need to produce new items. For example, in sector of textile waste, big platforms such like ThreadUp calculates that if we prolong the lifetime of the garment for 2 years, we can reduce all these CO2 emissions, all this fashion footprint up to 82%. It's really a big number. And in Lithuania, we already have the system being created. We collect textiles in different municipalities, but you know, the collection is only the first step, and I should say the most easiest step. What to do next? Social economy and circular economy can come together. And I hear more and more that circular economy is also digital economy. If to talk about social economy and the possibilities to create new working places for people and also people with disabilities from social vulnerable groups, such organizations like Reuse calculates that reuse creates even up to 200 times more working places than usual landfilling or the same incineration. When we talk about the textile sector, reuse can create about 20, even more working places for 1,000 tons of textiles. So it's really a big potential. And yeah, we really need systemic solutions to create bigger social as well as environmental impact. And what are the trends you already heard? It's really time for new consumption patterns and systematic things. We hope and we believe that upcoming extended producers responsibility or EPR scheme for textiles becomes the main driver for huge change. And I think everyone working in the sector is already waiting for this. Recyclers, reusers, and the others. And also the producers and importers are already starting to put the first steps forward due to this EPR questions. When we talk about circular textiles economy, we integrate, or we have to integrate to think about all these processes we have in the change. First of all, collection, after that sorting, quality inspection, cleaning, preparation for reuse, then resale, rent, and the same distribution to social organizations of donations. You need storage. It is work to repair and renew garments. Redesign is also a new opportunity for our creators, our designers. There's production of racks, and we have it in Lithuania also. Finally, we see more and more examples of automatic sorting solutions being implemented in that technological level, coming to mechanical recycling, chemical recycling, and in the sustainable systems or closed-loop systems, only for about 5% of all these textile stream would go to landfilling. If we look at the market, we already see really nice examples of various platforms. And the first one of like B2C, there are those brands who just collect donated textiles, and you can see them. And there are only a few examples. We can find many more, especially recent years. And you already know all these big platforms like Vinted, Vestiaire Collective, etc., which we call marketplaces. And there's the ability to sell your garment or to buy your garment, but also these C2B2C platforms are coming and growing, and they are like that part between that resident who wants to sell and that one who wants to buy used garments. And resale as a service models are growing rapidly, and actually the platform we are the textile with the platform we are moving on is also working in the same C2B2C, B2B, and resale as a service models for the implementation of such models. If you look into systemic solutions and talking about the example of textile, yeah, we are a circular fashion platform for clothing collection, consignment, prepare for reuse, resale, repair, renew, and upcycling. We don't recycle, just upcycle small amounts, or we do the same reuse of materials, I should say. It would be much more clearer. We have solutions for consumers, and we really want to create a convenient one-stop clothing collection system for donation, resale, and recycling. And we also have repair, renewal, and upcycling services, as I already mentioned. And we have solutions for businesses, for the same producers and importers of textiles. And we already started to move on with the take-back programs, and we have contracts with the same international group of Inditex or Apranga in Lithuania. We also started resale as a service with one Lithuanian brand here, and we repair, we renew garments with small defects, for example, and we help brands to put them into market again. And yeah, here you can see some examples of collection bins, which Lithuanians can find in different Lithuanian cities, different stores of the group of Inditex, the brands of group of Inditex. And we also have a direct collection. People can donate, but when people want to resell their garments, they come directly, of course. And there's how our retail services look like. I don't want to go deeper into that. Just we call ourselves like re-commerce platform, and we suggested two types of retail channels. One is online. We created it during pandemic times, and after that we saw that there's no better way to resell used garments than physical stores. So now we are the main solution is to move on with that physical pop-up stores, multifunctional spaces for sales, leisure and community education, etc. And you can find us online. You see our contacts, and I wanted to say, or I'm really happy to say that finally, after 5 years of working, various discussions with our shopping malls, finally we got their proposal, and we got even a few proposals from different shopping malls, and finally we are coming with our stores into that shopping malls. I hope to come back to Kaunas also one day. What are the main features of textile resale model? As I already mentioned, we combine physical stores and e-commerce and provide all these useful services. And we also are creating and already implementing circular re-credits loyalty program with internal currency. That means that people who are selling during in our platform, they can take not money back, but they can get textile points, and after that they can use all these points for different services by us, which we provide or our partners provide, and also they can buy another garments also with this textile points. I think it's a really good thing or motivation program because we don't want to become a museum of used textiles. We want that people would come to us not only to sell or donate, but also to buy and take all these things into their wardrobes. Yeah, there's more information about resale as a service, but I know that we are lack of time, and you can find more information about us in our website. I just say what are the main our milestones. Yes, of course, we're looking for investment. We are a startup, and we are launching new physical pop-up stores. For example, currently we are launching 2 more physical stores in Vilnius. And we are planning the digitization, as I already mentioned. This is, I think, one of the main issues in circular textiles economy. You have to suggest for people, for consumers, comfortable services. So one of the main challenges for today is digital systems, how to create them. And after that, we really need to install, find our textile renewal factory, and etc. Yeah, I think it's not such questions for to go deeper. And what about challenges? I already mentioned. We have in Lithuania, we have a really small market with a high competition, and it's not because of the production of new garments. It's because the surplus of used garments we are importing into Lithuania. And as we sometimes say that in Lithuania we have so many, so huge amounts of things we don't need anymore. We just could change them and share them here. And it will be really enough even for more generations, I think. And yeah, we have extremely high fixed system maintenance costs. I think it is a challenge for most of the startups, especially working in the same waste management sector, etc. And yeah, we face constant lack of working capital, difficulties in accessing loan opportunities, etc. But the things are getting better, I should say. And for today, we have really big challenges while attracting qualified professionals. Because to attract workers or to create team is really a challenge in all businesses, I think. And we are planning investments, and such are our plans for the future. And I think, yeah, in Lithuania, we really lack real social impact on investors when it comes to slower but sustainable models. I think you agree that the development of sustainable systemic models takes time, requires strong motivation, hard work and patience, sufficient investment, a lot of human and other resources, and financial returns are slower, for sure. But the goal is what that? We create new opportunities for consumer and manufacturers capable of changing the fashion industry worldwide. And I believe that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Victoria. Please take it. Also, you can grab your water. Yeah, we were speaking a lot about problems, but this is the case when problem of climate change, of pollution, of fast fashion became opportunity for our own business model, and not only for business, but this Staniškis yesterday was speaking about the business with moral, which is very important, which is giving a payback much slower, but it's with a moral. I will grab 2 quick questions. I saw first hand, and second one will be, no? Okay, I will raise my question then, okay.
Yeah, so good afternoon. So I like your presentation. So my question is that promoting reuse is like really beneficial, but on the contrary, it actually makes overproduction worse. Why I'm stating this is because in a free market, the production is not gonna stop, right? So it's producers gonna keep on producing, and it's actually a fast fashion industries are like really in trend now. And there is Shopify, Printify, H&M, Zara, and many fast fashion brands. So my question is that reuse and overproduction, isn't it overlapping each other? if it's overlapping, so what is the solution for overproduction?
Thank you for the question. Actually, when we talk about fast fashion, we also get so many things from fast fashion, you know, for the same reuse. I think the main remedy, let's say, for the system, it would be to slower fashion, to slower. When we talk about reuse and when we calculate the streams for the reuse, we say that we can reuse, but really reuse, not export, but reuse locally, up to 10% of everything we get. So what to do next with all these other streams? Yeah, we export a lot, and today in Lithuania, we even export the most part of all the collected textiles. Not we, but the others do. But the system won't be able to survive without recycling, of course. And when we see all these, the same McKinsey, the company of McKinsey calculates that about 40% of all the streams are circulating in the market should be recycled, and it's only one way to recycle it.
Thank you. Thank you, Victoria, for your presentation, for your insights, and one more sector which has really huge potential in the circular economy, the textile, and definitely we need systematic changes and we need to slower fashion. Yeah. So small gifts from Mars. Thank you very much, and hope you will stay with us for lunch.
And now I'm happy to announce that we are going to finalize the first plenary part of our conference. What's going to happen next? Very important. Food. Yes, we will have some food downstairs, but we are going to follow up in half an hour, in 1 o'clock. We'll have quite quick lunch, and then we are going to split into sections. Those who are making presentations, you definitely know in which section, first or second. First is staying here, second is taking the hall number 1, which is close. And we will have plenty of student interesting presentations. During the lunch, feel free to go and visit the presentations which are outside. So we have poster presentations, and the authors of poster presentations also will be somewhere around. You can write the questions, discuss, and please be familiar with the posters. And then, of course, very important information that after the second part of student presentations, we will have quite quick networking meeting downstairs with a glass of drink and a snack. And then we will move to the cultural event. All participants of our Young Researchers Conference are invited to Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Design, the hall, which is 174, the number. And at 7, we will start there. Gathering, our cultural event. So everyone are invited to participate, not only the BUP student conference participants, but everyone who is participating in this Young Research Conference. You're welcome. And now, let's go for lunch and see you at 1 here. And also still see a little chaos and misunderstanding. So we have two parallel sessions. Some of the students are going to make their unique, wonderful presentations. Some of them are just listeners. If you are making presentation, you should know in which section, first or second, you are doing presentation according to the program. If you are doing presentation in the section number 1, congratulations, you are in the right place. If you are making presentation in section number 2, so it's in another room. If you are listeners, so you are quite lucky today because you have possibility to choose the section which you want to participate, to listen, to write questions, to be active, and to discuss with our young researchers. 2 more young researchers are in the room. Applause, round of applause. Okay, guys. Yeah, it's student conference. So let's be not very much formal, you know, and we are not going to press you with difficult questions and to break your knowledge with some specific knowledge from professionals and so on. You are here to share what you are doing. And it's very interesting for us what you are doing. What are your findings? So keep the mood that you are sharing. Sharing with the best valuable thing which you have, your knowledge. Today we have 11 presentations and our rules is we are using 10 minutes per presentation. So please use 7 minutes for your presentation, then 1-2 quick questions to be on time. Because we have many plans tonight, yeah? Okay. Main document. So first of all, I would like to invite to make a presentation Veronika Baldys and Maciej Jaskulski. The presentation is titled Influence of Solution Properties of Powder Morphology During Concurrent Spray Drying. Whoa! Sounds super cool. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Weronika Baldys and Professor Maciej Jaskulski is my supervisor. And I'm currently doing my master's degree at Łódź University of Technology in Poland. And I would like to share some few thoughts about my research topic, which is basically spray drying. So let's begin. Probably the question you've got in your head right now is what exactly is spray drying? So I'm going to explain it for you. It's a industrial drying technique that is quite unique because it allows turning liquid into the powder. And let's have some example. Here we've got some milk. It's a quite popular spray dried product. But it can be some liquid or suspension or solution. And the first step of the process is atomization, which means breaking down the stream of a liquid into tiny droplets. And then by the flow of the hot air, the water from the droplets is evaporated. And finally, you obtain a dry powder, in this case, milk powder, which can use to do some bakery or whatever. And the range of products that are spray dried is very wide. And I think all of us are somehow familiar with this process because it's very popular in food industry. And examples of products that are made this way, it's instant coffee, laundry detergent, or even protein supplements for bodybuilders. But something that it's quite fascinating, at least for me, is that by changing the process conditions, you can determine the powder properties. And here's the point where my study comes in, because aim of my research is to analyze the relationship between obtained powder property, between powder properties and these properties of the solution, which is sprayed. And my research is supported by International Fine Particle Research Institute, which is a global network of companies and academics that are interested in developing powder technology. Okay, so now let's take a look at my experimental setup. I am working on a semi-industrial spray dryer. It's 9 meters high and ½ meter in diameter, so it's quite big, I think. And I was working on constant air temperature, air flow rate, and the feed flow rate. Feed is like we call it the atomized liquid this way, just for your information. And the dried material was water solution of maltodextrin. It's a polysaccharide. It's used as a food additive, for example, sweetener. And I've changed the solution temperature and solution concentration. Okay, and here I've decided to take a little bit different approach, because I would like to focus on limitations which I've encountered during the experiments. So now it's turned out that at some conditions the liquid can't be sprayed atomized properly, because most in the red points in the table, most of the powder was deposited on the walls of column, so I couldn't collect the sample. In green ones, I didn't observe any problem, and the yellow points are somewhere in the middle because the powder was deposited, although I could collect some samples. And here is how it, here's a spraying nozzle, and you can clearly see that in the faulty atomization, it's this cone isn't as perfect as it should be. So I've measured product moisture content and product bulk density, and here you can see in this red crosses the points from the, let's say, faulty atomization. It was marked in yellow in the previous slide, and you can see that they differ somehow from the general trend, and that's something I will have to analyze deeper. Maybe I will redone the tests for the points. However, I think this is a very useful finding, and this shows importance of proper atomization. So to sum up, you could see that there is some relationship between the temperature and the feed properties and powder properties. So I will have to analyze it deeper. And as I said, there's some points from the faulty atomization state has a general, in general, it has a lower value that the general trend would indicate. And it can be deducted that high concentration of the liquid can be a significant limitation factor. Probably is the case of viscosity, because the higher concentration, the higher viscosity is. So maybe the nozzle wasn't very proper to this. Okay, and so what I'm going to do next, I've decided to add additional process variables, which is one additional air temperature and two additional feed flow rates. Just we do this to have some more data, because as you could see, half of the points, like which was planned didn't work out. And I'm also going to analyze the particle size distribution and do some microscope images to have information of shape of the particles. And this will give me, some wide spectrum of information about the powder morphology. Okay, and that will be all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Veronica. Take a seat. As our guest, I'm very surprised by the size of your experimental setup. I think it's super cool to work such a huge equipment. How do you feel in this huge equipment?
I feel very small. Yeah, but it's nice to work on it's industrial scale in some for example for pharmacy. So it's nice to work not just in a lab, but with a bigger equipment. Yeah.
My quick question, could you tell just simply, and can you guess what kind of future innovations can be impacted by your research, or how do you see the powder creation, powder development can change some food options, or way it can be used, except what we see now?
Okay, I think the basic point is that by having the knowledge of how powder properties liquid properties, influence the powder properties, we'll have a less waste, because we'll produce this exactly what we want. Yeah, so I think it can have influence and it can contribute to circular economy.
So we will make everything in powder. Do we have any questions from audience? Not much for the start, okay. Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we are switching to second one. Too much folders here. Okay, we have Esther Yansarikova with a presentation, Collaborative Robotics Workplace, Safety Evaluation, Safety First. You're welcome.
So, hello everyone. I am so happy that I can introduce you a bit to collaborative robotics. And firstly, I would start with some introduction. So, what you can expect when I start to speak about robots? Maybe you're thinking about Isaac Asimov and his kind of humanoid robots. Story, now we will not speak about this kind of humanoid robots, but we will speak about we'll say it as well. We will speak about robotics arms, which are really useful in industry. So let's switch off. Now you can see what I will briefly go through this presentation, and as you can see on this picture, there are some collaborative robots from the main companies. When we speak about collaborative robots, we can ask why we are discussing this topic today in this conference about sustainability. Actually, using collaborative robots allowed us to reduce waste, increase production, and what is the main factor, if we compare it with the normal industrial robots, we can make more customizable products because it's more easy to program the robots. Yeah, that is from the universal robots, also like the propagation of the cobots, collaborative robots, and they saying that it can be helpful for environment as well. just to be sure, what is the difference between cobots and industrial robots? Now you have two pictures. One is the cobots. You can see there is a cobot. It has rounded edges. Usually it also has limited speed. And also some forces measurement inside, and it should be safe. When you are hit by a robot, it could be safe. Then you look at this robot, you are already know that it's like moving steel. It's not to be good to be hit this kind of robot. Now you can see it can be quite huge. It could be really dangerous. And when you compare it here with the collaborative robots, you can say, yeah, collaborative robots, they are, yeah, it can be nice to work with it. And actually, yes, I love it. But there are some situations when it could be quite dangerous as well. For example, here, when you have something sharp on this environment, I don't deal with that. I don't like knives in somebody's hands, and it's even worse, maybe, when it doesn't think. So it can be reason why to discuss the safety. And you can see, we already know that this moving steels, which can be automated somehow, they can be dangerous. We have a lot of signs which are saying they are. But what we can do when we are setting up the environment for us, like environment collaborative, and we can do something interesting. Yeah, we can start with some standards. I used to work on my measurement, which I will show in the next slide. I used to work with this ISO standards. I think they could be actualized, because when I try these forces on myself, it's pretty harmful still. I don't like it. But okay, it's allow values. So when you are preparing the environment, you can use these things and just say, okay, there is a robot. It's on some high, and there is no risk of being hit by the robot to head. So you can say, okay, though, so it's just a risk to be hit to the arm. So it is the allowed values, and you can measure it, which I will show, and say, yeah, okay, it's safe. But still, you don't want to be hit. Nobody wants to. And now I would like to introduce you into my own measurement, which I was done in a research center in Germany, in Saarbrücken. We have a very nice collaborative workspace, which will use in future AI for working together on some assembly, completing together. Actually, it's Raspberry Pi, as you can see, but it's mainly about showing that we can use AI and collaborative technologies to make some deals together with robots. And then I come and I was like, I got a task to evaluate if it's safe. It is. But as you can see, it's a collaborative robots. It should be. It can be quite fast and quite dangerous still, and it's really ouch when it hits you. So I started with doing some measurement. I got some devices. You can see the devices for measure forces, for measure pressures, and evaluated software. So what I should done, I just divide the environment, analyze the situation, think about it, and then I get some data of pressures and forces, which I could evaluate. I did it for forces in different scenarios, just when I was thinking, well, what can happen? So diverse scenarios, I analyzed them. And I did it for the pressures as well, and analyzed the edges, which is actually in this situation when we are using collaborative gripper not that useful because it's rounded already. But when you use something which is with not edges, with not rounded edges, it can be really helpful. And I analyzed the pressures which can be. I have some nice pictures from the measurement. I used another robot which is holding the device for first measurement. It was just for be able to measure the forces properly in 3D space. Yeah, I had some different scenarios, and I just measured data. And then I could evaluate them, which is actually just about saying that we have some allowed limit, when we exceed it, it's wrong. When we didn't exceed it, it's right. And we compare it with the values which are allowed for some humans' body parts. So I can say, okay, in this scenario, the robot can hit my hand. Okay, the hand is the limit. And then the limit is based on the safety standard. And I can say, okay, in this scenario, it's 280 newtons. So we didn't exceed it. Nice. This could be safe. And I do it for all the data and all the body parts what can be included on the collaboration scenario. Something similar I would do with pressure. Now you can see that the data exceeded the allowed values. It's like the graph is, the limit is there, not there, it's there. And it exceeded a little bit, and now we can see that the main values are in the limit, and we, like the researcher or manager should say, yeah, okay, we can deal with it or not. And based on the data, we can improve our environment to be more safe. So now I will just summarize what I said and maybe add some information which I forget. So the first thing that you need to do when you analyze some environment or when you're setting up some environment, you should think about it. What are the tasks that they are performing? What is the task of the robot? When you are aware about the situation, you can analyze them and make it safe. Then you can set up the measurement for forces and the pressures and all the values that you need. In area when you need it, where you need it. Then you can compare it with the measured values with the safety standards. And then you can say if it's risky or if it's safe. And that is my huge thank you for your attention. I hope you like it. And I also thank you to my research centers where I have the chance to work. So.
Thank you, Esther. Please take a seat. So we can grab a microphone and then very quick questions. First of all, safety of robots. How it depends. We want to achieve more speed in the work of robots because we want to achieve efficiency in our production. Definitely, I guess that also requirements are going up and up to make operations as fast as possible or to produce more items or more operations in time. How they affect the safety, and what about artificial intelligence, which is coming, and then how it also maybe affect safety and these issues. Could you comment something?
Does it work? Perfect. Hello. Yeah, when we speak about the speed and the efficiency of robots, of course, the industry robots are faster, a lot faster. But now we are on the start of changing the industry system, and the collaborative robots can be the way how we will do it. Now we are speaking about industry 5.0, which can be a little bit about integrate humans back to the industry process as well. And we are trying to use collaborative robots and work with them, use them for our work to make it easy and even makes maybe more flexible, more interesting for us. So in this way, collaborative robots are slower because then they can be safe. It's just a physics, like when we have forces, it's mass multiplied by acceleration, which is speed actually. So in this way, collaborative robots are slower, but they have a huge potential to change the industry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have questions about Will Smith. No, okay. You need to be heard by these who are watching our YouTube, and greetings for all audience which is online now and wants to hear your question.
Then thank you for your presentation, and it was really interesting, something that I'm not really familiar with, but still was really interesting. And you've been talking about collaborative robots. and the picture you showed where the robots were in labs. So I suppose that for the moment they're used for maybe productions, or they're more in factories, even though there was a picture of a robot with a knife and like slicing a potato. And I was wondering indeed if it is a reality that collaborative robots are gonna arrive in the future in our houses and maybe help us once, thanks to your research, we're gonna be safer. And so is it a possibility, and are there any estimation like in how many years are they gonna be in our homes, and which are the possibilities? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question. Sadly, I would say it's the situation also about money. Robots are quite expensive. So I cannot imagine that right now I will buy this kind of guy to my house to help me with things. But for example, in Prague, in Research Center, which is the plastic building between the logo and the photo from the Zema Research Center, we use robots for bar, which means we have like robotics bar. He can prepare beer or wine or drinks, which is quite good. And you can also find a lot of videos where are the robots already included in this process. So I think we have the technologies, and now it's the question of money. And let's see.
Yeah, so robots are quite costly, but definitely the cleaning of potatoes each day also has the cost on nerves. Yeah, guys, thank you, Esther, for your presentation. Definitely, with all speakers, we will be able to speak during the coffee break, and you are welcome to do it. And now I'd like to announce the third presentation. Where is my? Yeah, what do we have? We have Mufaddal Jafarji. And Mufaddal is going to tell us about the tea industry, the game changer for sustainable food system. I like game changers. Mufaddal, floor is yours. Yes. You can grab a mouse and just manage your presentation. Yes, you need to be online, definitely.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome to the world of tea. You must recognize this person in the picture. I won't tell you who he is as yet. But my topic is about the tea industry as a game changer. I would love to teach you the secret of how to make a cup of tea that will last forever, but it won't happen today. But we can definitely discuss about how we can keep our favorite beverage for generations to come. So the dreaded tea bag, and it's with me today. This tea bag from a villain has turned into a hero. Unlike Hollywood movies, where the bad guys always remain bad guys and the good guys stay good guys, the tea bag actually has transformed. And I will tell you how going on into the presentation. But first, to discuss the context and why I'm really passionate about this. So 30% of global emissions come from food production. Food insecurity, also a result of food production. And this fact, the largest factor threatening species existence is not Esther robotics, Veronica machinery, it's food production and the food waste that comes off with it. And like we have reached the solar system, but still, why is food systems not sustainable? Look at these numbers, 1.3 billion. You must be thinking, what is this number? 1.3 billion tons of food are wasted every year. For those like me who are not very good at maths, that's very hard to imagine. Imagine 216 million African elephants, the size of that. You know how many elephants exist? About 400,000. Yeah, huge. Now, if we save 25% of this, we would be able to feed 795 million people and also reduce 3.3 gigatons of emissions. So my research question is, how the tea industry implements this sustainability and how other industries can, like we spoke about hope, how they can get the light and implement it because it's possible. So the methodology is, of course, secondary research. And now I'm going to tell you who is in the picture. Myself, and I'm a tea taster, a qualified tea taster. So I spent a lot of times in the plantations, processing, and packaging. So what did I find? First of all, there are many sustainable solutions, but unfortunately, very few really implement it. The good thing is there is an increasing trend of certifications from Rainforest Alliance to Fair Trade. This is very staggering. So there was a survey done and they asked the tea industry. 79% said sustainability is important. 96% said that the flavor is important. Now this number needs to really go up. And lastly, the tea industry faces many unique challenges. It is fragmented, removal of plastics. Like today we heard the importance of plastic, but that's also a problem in a way. And of course, maintaining this product quality. Now we're going to do something very interesting. We're going to go quickly through all the steps from the tea plantation to your cup and see how the sustainability practices are achieved. So the first one is basically cloning and vertical farming. This is a picture like beautiful tea, grown by cloning and vertical farming. That basically means that the industry uses specified and research-based tea crop to gain yields and to help the plants avoid disease and basically a very higher yield. Then we have intercropping, and I'm very proud of this because I took this picture. You can see the tea bushes in the middle and towards our side, the pineapple. So tea and pineapple harmoniously intercropping. And what's very interesting is the pineapple has thorns. And this is a buffer for some insects that help the tea bushes to grow better. So very interesting to harmoniously grow crops together. Also, the tea bush is one of the most commercially profitable bushes, lasting over 100 years. In China, for example, there's a tea bush 3,200 years still commercially viable. Tea bushes like acidic soil, and also every part of the tea bush can be used. So the new leaves can be used, the older leaves can be used, the flowers can be used, everything can be used. Which means to say the tea bush is sustainable, can be sustainable if done properly. Now we go to the second part, which is the processing part. So of course that it gives waste like dust, stems and twigs, and this can be created to byproducts. Like dye, I actually have this beautiful example. It's about a Japanese company that creates these beautiful mats. I would like one. Maybe we can have one in the next BOP conference. Yeah. And let's say book covers. And then the closed loop system, which means using it more than one time. And this can be through compost, animal feed, or biofuel. Then we go towards the packaging. So I want to talk about two things. One is, of course, our hero. But before that, the tea capsule. This is very new. And it's a fully recyclable, transparent tea capsule. So customers can actually see it, and then it's recycled later on. And of course, our hero today, beautiful circular economy tea bags. So as you can see, like the circle built from cornstarch, biodegradable, compost, cornstarch, and continuous. Packaging also can be sustainable. And lastly, the consumption. And it's really sad to see today, like after we enjoy our beautiful cup of tea, it's thrown in the bin. But actually, you can do a lot of things with the tea. It can be a fertilizer. And what I like to do, very easy, just after I finish the tea, take it to the garden, break the tea bag, and the tea leaves are a very good fertilizer. It also can be used as a disinfectant. Many brands, including like the Body Shop, like they have these tea tree oils, and many of you cosmetic lovers would be knowing. And also it's an ecological cleaner. So it absorbs smell, and I've seen many people put it also in the dustbins for the odor. So yeah, also consumption is sustainable. And just to end, I want to tell you why it's a game changer. Because 75% of tea is produced in developing countries. Someone in the audience told me especially to mention Kenya. So yes, including Kenya, Sri Lanka, India, and China, they manage 75% and they are responsible for these advancements. So what I mean to say is developed countries can definitely advance further and take this as an example. We spoke about the revolutionary circular economy tea bag. And also, the tea industry has been in the past a very dark industry, from lots of unsustainable practices to work abuse to pollution. But now this is really changing. And that's why I like the saying, recovery begins from the darkest moment. And that's especially what the tea industry has done. Just because it's passionate and I discovered this topic here, I would like to, in going further, analyze this like in proper numbers to give the audience a feel of it, and also compare it to other industries like the coffee, tea's biggest rival. So that's the plan going forward. Thank you very much. Any questions now, or definitely during the tea break? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mofadal. Please take a seat. So first question, so who is in this picture?
Sorry?
Who is in this picture?
This is a qualified tea tester, and you can meet him in the tea break, right?
Super cool. So thank you for your presentation, which was very attractive, and especially this part, what to do with the tea bag when you are just making a cup of tea, and usually I guess that majority of us is throwing away into the waste bin. So yes, thank you for your ideas. I guess that you still have even more that proposals what to do with used tea bag. Do we have questions? Okay, I will take two questions. First of all, yeah.
Thank you. I want to. Is microphone working? Oh yes. So I want to say something nice from my culture. I inherited from my grandma one nice thing, which is which kind of deletes whole purpose of tea bag, as packaging is not needed. I have like iron tea bag that can be used infinitely, and as I collecting herbs very often, I don't even need to buy a tea. So maybe this is solution that can be used as I would say it's nice permanent product that can replace tea bags and a whole production line for it. Thank you.
So thank you for a really interesting question, but I have to give you some bad information. Previously, what you said, like the packeted teas, which is the loose teas, and many of you know it in the past, this was the trend. But however, today, the tea bag consumption is skyrocketing. And very soon, it's going to, I mean, it has already overtaken the leaf tea. And what was very interesting is sustainability is also built on, let's say, the consumer and adapting to their needs. So I think now we know like tea bags is for convenience. People it's just part of life. And we have to, let's say, adapt towards this. The tea bag is not going anywhere soon. But yes, it's like an evolution.
Thanks. One more question.
So thank you for the wonderful presentation. Really loved it. And yeah, as an Indian guy, you know, avid tea drinker myself, thanks colonialism. I have some questions. Actually, my state is one of the biggest producers of tea in India. And I heard a lot. I have two questions, small ones. So one thing is the worker conditions are really bad. So do you think this is an impediment to becoming more sustainable, maybe social aspect? And the second thing is, in the morning, we had this really nice lady who gave us this lecture about the packaging. And it's kind of, is the packaging of the tea bags mixed packaging? Does it become more difficult? Or you mentioned that it's biodegradable. So if you could let us know about that aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, so two pressing issues, I would say. Regarding the labor issues, I think this is one of the biggest challenges because for, let's say, in particular Sri Lanka and India, our advantage is the cheaper costs. But right now with the awareness of people and from my research, the increasing certifications like fair trade and these kind of things, consumers are heading towards that. And also in these countries, there is a huge movement to better the life of the workers. So I could say from the knowledge, it's definitely better than before. It's increasing. And that's a good step to be at. And the second question, the packaging, yeah, so this depends and it's sad. That is why I said the practices are there, but it's not very implemented. So I would say there are many brands that really do this biodegradable packaging, but on a general level, let's say, it's a mixture. So most of the tea bags, they say, are biodegradable, not the most optimum, but let's say it's heading towards where we want it to.
Thank you, Mufadal, for your presentation. It was a pleasure to listen for you. Thank you. A round of applause. And now we are moving on with one more presentation from Simona Ušiūraitė, Lithuanian student. Oh, someone stole my mouse. I found it. Okay, so Simona is going to make a presentation, and just 1 second, I will manage everything on. So Simona, she's going to make a presentation on life cycle assessment and comparison of smart and mechanical water meter. So we have water meters, 2 options, and what is the impact of them into the environment. So Simona, floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Simona Ušiūraitė, and today, as Valdas said, I will present the impact of smart and mechanical water meter by doing life cycle assessment. So this is a small content of today's presentation. And from last year in Lithuania, mechanical water meters will be changed to smart meters. However, these meters have many advantages, but environmental impact of a smart meter has not been established. So greater accuracy in the meter in measuring water flow and consumption improves analysis capabilities and provides the basics of practical water saving actions, from location and eliminating leaks to changing consumer behaviors. So these are the main research problems. So for water consumption, it is predicted that by 2013, the demand of fresh water will exceed the supply by almost 40%, And if we continue not to change our water consumption habits, in 2014, up to 20 countries will exceed the shortage of drinking water. So for environmental impact, the advent of smart meters has made it possible to obtain new water consumption data with higher accuracy, allowing for more detailed description of factories to ensure people to use and to conserve water. And the feedback to users encourage for water conservation. And consumer, a case study in Valencia, Spain, showed that approximately 47% of households where meters have been replaced achieved long-term water consumption reduction of 8% compared to pre-temp observations. So the main research question is, which of the meter is more sustainable? Water, smart meter, or mechanical one? So let's talk about methodology. So in Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, the project is currently underway. The replacement of all mechanical meters to a new one, digital ones. So first of all, I did a scientist and practical literature, then the analysis of environmental and other legal requirements, and then using the data from existing project and the software SimaPro, I did a life cycle assessment, and mechanical and digital measure has been examined during the study. And for functional unit, I chose 1,000 meters, and the limits of the life cycles are from grade to grade. And so on the left side, you can see the sampled ultrasonic smart meter, and the principle of operation is based on measuring the time of ultrasonic sound, the direction of the flow, and against the direction on the flow. And on the right side, you can see the sampled mechanical meter, and this meter works by measuring the speed of water flowing through the pipe. Okay, so over here we can see the inventory analysis results, and the largest part of the body weight of a smart meter is the body that is made of PPS plastic, and then followed by batteries, plastic cover, packaging box, PCB board, LCD screen, and so on. And also inventory analysis of mechanical meter, and also the biggest part of the weight is also body that is made from brass. Okay, so to analyze the results, recipe method has been used, and in endpoint category, you can see that mechanical meter has a slight but great impact in human health and ecosystem categories, and in digital meter has a greater impact in resource categories. And another table, midpoint category of global warming, the smart meter has a great impact, which accounts for 67% of total category impact, and same with ozone formation, fossil resource scarcity, water consumption categories. Digital counter has a greater impact, and in the freshwater ecotoxicity, marine ecotoxicity, and mineral resource categories, mechanical counter has a greater impact. Okay, so not to repeat myself, I just would like to say while smart meter has a lot of benefits, but it also has a greater impact for the environmental. And a life cycle assessment found that smart meter has a greater impact, as I said, on the environment. And in global warming category, smart meter is 5.83 kilograms CO2 equivalent, while mechanical is 68% less. So to make this research even detailed, additionally should be made these following steps. So to make suggestions how to improve compositional of digital meter, how to improve production process, and to carry out an economical evaluation. So thank you.
Thank you, Simona. Please take a seat. Grab the microphone. I have a couple of questions. So I would like to clarify a little bit. What was the system boundaries of your research of life cycle assessment?
So, as I said, my system boundaries were from cradle to grave.
To grave?
Yeah.
Okay. And because usually as the users, we need to make a decision. Should we use the old school mechanical water meter, or you should go for digital one, smart one? What are the aspects why people are switching from mechanical to smart meters?
So, as I said, the main reason why they are changing, it is because smart meters can help people to save money. The feedback that people can get from smart meters, the research found that it really can save water. While people get the feedback from meter, how much water they used, they start thinking, oh, I use so much water, so maybe I should reduce it. I will pay a lot of money, and the thinking.
Definitely the consumption of water, definitely there are costs, but also impact to environment. Have you calculated also in your research the impact of save water?
No.
No, because it would be very interesting to compare that. If I'm choosing the smart electricity meter, which definitely consists of more elements, so his environmental impact will be more significant comparing to the simple mechanical one. But during the life cycle of 10 years, it will allow me to, can assume, to save hundreds of cubic meters of water. So, and if I would calculate this impact into the research, then it would be very interesting what kind of results, and then the more information for decision making. Do we have any more questions? No more everything. Okay, we have one question from your colleague. Doing some sports.
So thank you for a nice presentation of LSA of producing the water meters, water meter equipment. Or as Visvaldas mentioned, yeah, it would be very interesting to see the results, how it changed the exactly consumer behavior and during the longer time. So I guess you didn't do it, but I would say it would be very interesting to see some kind of sensitivity analysis of maybe changed functional unit. Let's say if you have not 1,000 liter, but maybe let's say water for 1 month, and how it changes the environment impacts through the different types of water meters. And yeah, I guess in that way, even the advantages of digital meters would be even.
Thank you. It was maybe a question, maybe opinion, maybe you can react somehow.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you for comment.
So thank you very much for your presentation. Round of applause to Simona and her research on electricity meters. I know that the masterwork is still on the process, and there is a perfect time to improve it and add a little bit more information to get a wider picture. Okay. Yes. And now we have a huge group of presenters. We have Anastasia Shestopal, Artyom Kaporov, Tomasz Manetsky, Larissa Cherniak. You will be alone, or it will be 4 of you? It's okay. Very good. You are so lucky to have a huge amount of teachers.
Yeah.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to present to you my research project entitled Transformation of Carbon Dioxide and Methane into syngas and nanostructure carbon deposits during the dry methane reforming processes. So, it is widely recognized that greenhouse gas emissions such as carbon dioxide and methane are alarmingly high and cause serious damage to the environment, despite all international efforts to mitigate these emissions. And into this regard, a lot of scientific efforts have been put into the investigation of different existing technologies to mitigate them. And despite the great variety of different existing technologies intended at mitigating the greenhouse gas emissions, such as carbon capture technology, photocatalytic, and electrochemical methods, they all have an expensive and complex implementation, as well as demand high-quality personnel. In contrast, with the transformation of carbon dioxide and methane during the dry methane reforming of various catalytic systems. So, what is the project goals of my research? The presented project aimed at the investigation of the effect of various active phases, such as nickel, cobalt, and iron, of aluminum oxide-supported catalysts towards the transformation of carbon dioxide and methane during the in order to mitigate their harmful impact on the environment and to reduce emissions and to form usable products, such as syngas and graphite-like carbon species. For example, graphite-like carbon species, it can be the pencil, that structure. So let's continue to experimental part of my research. The experiments in the course of the project have been performed in a continuous flow reactor, as you see in the picture. So it's the catalyst outside, then we have a gas inlet, it's come to the intercontroller and come to catalyst. In the final result, it come out into gas outlet. Yes, and in the temperature range, the temperature starts from 500 degrees Celsius and to 800 degrees Celsius. It was all different experiments. The first start from 500 degrees Celsius, for example, for nickel, cobalt, and iron, and then 600, 7, and 8. Yes. So, the result. According to the studies conducted, we can say that the highest conversion degree of carbon deposits was achieved in a case with the nickel aluminum 2O3 catalyst at the temperature 600 degrees Celsius. It was 97 with methane conversion and 93% of CO2 conversion, respectively. And for cobalt, with the temperature also 600 degrees Celsius, 94 and 83% respectively, and with a carbon yield of 14 and 30%. In contrast with this, I can mention that the experiment is in the case with ferrum, shown like zeros with carbon yield 0, and we don't have a result with this. And To summarize my presentation, I would like to point out that the technology presented makes it possible to transform greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide and methane into usable product with a high reaction conversion degree and product yield. The resulting products can be further utilized in a waste-free manner as raw materials for various fields. It can be used in manufacturing industries, scientific studies, etc. And the examined catalytic systems are not harmful to the environment and have a cheap implementation cost. Furthermore, they play a sufficient key role in the studied process, independently of the reaction temperature. And currently, we can say that nickel, cobalt can be defined as the most active catalyst for mitigating carbon dioxide and methane emissions. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anastasia, for your very quick presentation. And yes, you was very quick. And I'm not very much familiar about your research. And you know, sometimes when you are chairing the conference and there are different types of presentations from different research areas, and definitely you need to ask something. And sometimes there is a situation that you don't know what to ask because you don't understand the more details. So, very important question. What do you find the most attractive and nice in your research, what you do?
So actually, I do a different experiments. It was in chromatograph. I really like to work on chromatograph and to see peaks, but sometimes it can fall and I see some results. For example, when I prepared experiments with nickel, I know that it can be a nice result with high reaction conversion degree, but sometimes it just falls and I saw -0 and I'm like, okay, how it can possible? And also nice was when I prepared catalysts because I used different reactions. It was to use nickel to work with this, to measure samples, yeah.
I see you very excited about what you do and I'm very happy about it. Do we have more questions? Wow, okay. The guy was first. Sorry, you are second. Yeah. Now you will get a good question about nickel, definitely.
Okay, thank you. The good thing is it's my field, so yeah. So I like the presentation, especially because the reaction she showed. I don't know how to describe this. Okay, it gives us a little ratio of hydrogen to carbon monoxide, meaning that it's good for the environment. But this is my question now. We have carbon monoxide as the product, right? And one of our goals is to reduce the emissions of carbon monoxide because they're the causes for greenhouse effect and global warming. So as much as it is helping us to give a lower ratio of carbon monoxide, is it not that the implications that are being brought about by the production of carbon monoxide are quite hard for us to implicate? The second thing is that I'm going to give you like, okay, it's another question. Let me see, it's another question. Do you think that we can have other catalysts, like you showed the 4 ones? And I know that nanotechnology is still a developing field, and you know, sometimes in chemical engineering, if I talk about nanotechnology, even they themselves look at me like, okay, what are you talking about? But do you think that there's we can use nanotechnology maybe to develop, I don't know, catalysts that can help us again? That as much as we are developing the carbon monoxide, it can also the catalyst from nanotechnology can help us to make the reaction, I don't know, to make the reaction a little bit better in terms of reducing the ratio of carbon monoxide. That is, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question.
Okay,
Anastasia, floor is yours.
So actually about the first point, I totally agree with you, and this is a nice question because when I prepared this presentation, I also was interested in it because it's really cause and global warming, and I found a really nice aspect. So I am from Ukraine, and I was really shocked that this conversion was made in one Ukrainian enterprise. They also work with catalyst, and they reduce this CO into other field. It's into mechanical field. So because it's because of high temperature, they have this CO2 and with high temperature, and they use it for windshields. So this CO2 was reworking. And about the second question, it was also nice, and I think if it will be some new modern catalysts, it can be nice because there are a lot of different ways, and it's not only with nickel can be working. So I think, for example, for enterprises, especially for I working with a furniture plant. So it can be great if they have another catalyst because it's not working for them with nickel and cobalt, for example.
Thank you, Anastasia. A round of applause. Super cool. Thank you very much. Super cool. And we are very perfect with our time planning this time. And we are heading toward the last presentation before the coffee break and snacks. I would like to invite Sofia Buble and Ivan Delehan to present presentation Hunting Ground as an Instrument of Nature Protection. So we are switching topics very quickly. Yeah?
Yes, it's working.
No, but we can't see on the screen. We have PDF. Let's do that way. Let's move it here. Yeah.
Yep, I think we can do it like in
Okay. Yep. Okay. Or you can. Yeah. So let's do duplicate then. Okay.
Okay. Let's start.
Yes. Okay. Floor is yours.
So, today I would like to present my theme, Hunting Ground as an Instrument of Nature Protection. And yes, in European countries, hunting is a direction of ecological activity. It is cost-effective, contributes to the creation of additional jobs, and provides significant revenues to the budget. In my opinion, in our opinion, it is appropriate to turn the most successful foreign experience, which demonstrates that hunting can be not only a profitable occupation, but also a fulfilled branch of the national economy. So, we conducted an analysis and found the following. The area of hunting grounds in Ukraine is much larger than the area of hunting grounds in Germany, Poland, Austria, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and the quality of our hunting grounds is no worse than European ones. So, the volume of red deer that obtained by hunting for 2021 is presented on this slide. And even now, red deer and roe deer obtained by hunting in Ukraine correspondingly 37 times less and 6 times less than in Austria in 19,000. The volumes of raw deer obtained by hunting are presented on these slides. It's only like numbers. And the volumes of wild boar obtained by hunting also presented on this slide. In our opinion, conducting a hunting economy according to the German model would allow Ukraine to obtain by hunting to 3 million roe deer, up to 1.5 million wild boars, and up to 150,000 red deer. In Germany, every hunter is obliged to monitor compliance with laws on hunting. Criminal liability is provided for poaching, and hunters of Hungary have the status of policemen. We didn't have all of this in Ukraine. In Poland and Germany, research institutes and universities with a state funding conduct scientific research on hunting. We also didn't have this in Ukraine. And overall, sustainable hunting management is the use of wild hunting animals and their habitat is such as a way, and as such as a ray does not lead to the depletion of biological diversity in the long term, or does not prevent its restoration. When hunting is conducted in this way, it can have a possible impact on the conservation of wild populations and their habitats, as well as benefit society. And in our opinion, it is necessary to develop the strategy and improve the legislative framework in the sustainable management programs for hunting with the aim of preserving natural populations of hunting species. Scientific research should be focused on the impact of trophy hunting on the preservation of species populations. Trophy hunting usually provides a source of significant fawns that can be directed to conservation activities such as environmental protection, population monitoring, ensuring compliance with legal norms, scientific research, or implementation of management programs in the field of the nature protection. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sophia. Please take a seat. Oh, I'm also not very good about hunting. I like fishing. So, hunting as the activity should be expanded or should be reduced? What is your opinion?
I think it should be reduced because many people didn't understand what is the hunting is meaning of hunting. Most of all think we kill animals like it's really bad or something like this, but it's not in this case, because it's like a part of economy, and this is a very we can do many money in this field. Yes, and this is also good for ecology. So,
do we have questions? Yeah, we have two questions. Okay, yeah, we need to ask these questions definitely. One and second. We'll take both.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm not familiar with the field so much, so I might sound ignorant to some level, I know that. But to me, there is a big contradiction in hunting grounds and hunting in general and nature protection. I think on an ethical level, you know, I think it's dangerous slope starting with hunting as a nature protection, because you could argue that loads of harmful actions could be ecological from some point of view. You know, you can argue that, as we did today, the plastic is better than glass in some ways, and you could, you know, go with the flow, so plastic is better than glass in general. And I see some dangerous in presenting hunting as a positive thing in general, especially from the ethical stand view. You know, human anthropocentric presence, which bring us to the catastrophe, climate catastrophe. So, well, I'm not a specialist in the field. Those just like random thoughts after the presentation, after, well, the topic of hunting as a positive aspect in environmental protection. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm researcher in the zoology field and in the hunting field, and I can say we can do hunting like I said about in the first question. We must understand that hunting is not to kill the animals in bad way. When we have a big population of animals, we must kill some part of these animals because it's overcrowded to the ecosystem in overall. So we need to do this, but we can do this like in the two ways. We can do this and take some money from this and do give this money for like it's like a circular economy, yes. And we can do it for free, but this is I said about like a trophy hunting. It's also a case when we can take money and do something with this.
Thank you. One more question.
Yes. Hey, so thank you very much. It was interesting. Yeah. So my question was sort of also has to do with the animal ethics side of the thing. So I was wondering if you are sort of discussing that as well in your thesis, the like using basically the animals as a resource, like as a source of generating money. The other question is, since you mentioned the ecosystem sort of part of like side of the things, yeah, what's the situation with the top predators in Ukraine? Like, is there because another way of solving this like imbalance of populations is reintroducing the top predators, and then basically the nature sort of takes its own flow, like, and then you sort of recover the balance. So it's not necessary that you kill the animals and yeah, sort of decide which animals have to die. And so yeah, there is this sort of concern from the animal ethics perspective. But yeah, so the two questions to summarize is, yeah, the top predator situation, and do you also see it as a solution? And the second one is, yeah, have you also discussed the ethics part of the thing in your thesis? Thank you.
So thank you. About the situation in Ukraine, about predators, I cannot say about in 2 years ago, before war, we have a big amount of red deer, roe deer, and wild boar, like I said in the slides. Now I didn't have any numbers because now hunting is impossible in Ukraine. And the second one, okay, about predators. I don't know the names of the English. These predators, wolves. We have wolves, and we have like wild dogs, but it's not a dogs. Yes, and we also cannot count these now because in the situation. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Sophia. Actually, what I like in our scientific discussions that we have different opinions, different approaches, and different fields. Definitely, I agree with Sophia on one point that sometimes in the nature we have a disbalance, and we need to make this. But the cause of this balance also anthropogenical, because usually 100,000 years ago the nature had balance somehow. And if there was a disbalance, so the nature managed somehow to make the balance. If we have the animals, so then we have a huge colony of predators and so on, some diseases, and so somehow nature equalizes. Definitely now we broke this balance. We broke this balance. So that's why sometimes we try to solve what we did by doing some activities. Definitely the hunting as a culture, so definitely hunters real hunters are also taking care about the nature and feeding animals in the winter times and so on. So, and then at some point we even can't then name them as hunters. The forest people, so forests, taking care about forests and so on. Yeah, but I have a proposal. Thank you, Sophia, very much. And applause. And my proposal sounds that I propose you to go and to grab a cup of coffee or tea and snack, and we have half of hour. At 3 sharp, please be here in order not to be late to our evening activities, okay?
Hey, hey, hope you are doing well, fine after the cup of coffee, refreshed and full of energy for the very last part of our conference. Not much left. Stay strong. Okay, guys, so what do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more presentations. And we are starting from presentation from Christina Tinkaliuk and Oksana Tinkaliuk about sustainable consumption and production in search of conceptual origins. Second. Okay. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, I hope thanks to tea break, we refresh and unwind, don't we? And let's begin. My name is Christina Tinkaliuk, and I'm going to present a topic considered sustainable consumption and production. I'm from Ukraine, and also I'm a student and second-year student in Ivan Franko University of Lviv. And let's begin. Let's focus on 3 main points here. Its purpose, methodology, and findings. This article aims to consider the definitions of the concepts sustainability, consumption, and production, and focus on different aspects of sustainability. Methodology. The methodological approach is mainly descriptive. The analysis is based on the relevant scientific literature. Findings. The 3-pillar concept of social, economic, and environmental sustainability, commonly represented by 3 intersecting circles, with sustainability at the center, has become widely used. This concept gradually appeared in various documents and the early scientific literature to reconcile economic growth as a solution to social and ecological problems. In recent years, publications on the topic of sustainability have increased to such an extent that sustainability science is often considered as a separate field. However, the meaning of sustainability remains unfixed with countless interpretations. Sustainability first emerged in the late 1970s and 1980s as an explicit social, environmental, and economic ideal. In 1987, Gro Harlem Brundtland and the United Nations World Commission of Environment and Development published a document entitled Our Common Future, which offered the particular definition of sustainability as development that meets the needs of the present and what's important, without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. By the 1990s, the words sustainable and sustainability had become widely used. So the results demonstrate that sustainability has a great potential as a still developing framework. Let's move on. The concept of sustainable consumption and production has evolved over time and is defined in a number of ways. A commonly used definition is the use of services and related products which respond to basic needs and bring a better quality of life, while minimizing the use of natural resources and toxic materials, as well as the emission of waste and pollutants over the life cycle of the service or products, and that's all so as not to jeopardize the needs of future generations. Another widely used and more recent definition is provided by United Nations Environment Program, and here it is. Sustainable consumption and production is a holistic approach to minimizing the negative environmental impacts from consumption and production system while promoting quality of life at all. A closely related concept to sustainability and sustainable development, these terms are often used synonymously. So what's the main difference? UNESCO distinguishes the two like this. Sustainability is more general concept which is often sought as a long-term goal, while sustainable development refers to, first one, many processes and pathways to achieve it, and second one, a policy or organizing principle which focuses mainly on human well-being. Sustainability is usually described in terms of three dimensions or pillars or components or aspects. You can name it like you want. Environment, social, and economic. As you can see in the figure 1, the Stockholm Conference created the natural environmental pillar. The Rio Conference highlighted the economic pillar, while Johannesburg Conference emphasized the social pillar. This tripartite description is often presented in the form of three intersecting circles, social, environmental, and economic, as shown in figure, with sustainability at their intersection. Scientists use the terms weak and strong sustainability to discuss the economic dimension of sustainability. And here are two models of sustainable development. Strong sustainability model, which is on the right, was presented by Giddings in 2002. It emphasized the system and presents three themes: nature, society, and economy, giving them different weights and sizes. Strong sustainability assumes that human capital and natural capital are complementary, but not interchangeable. It is based on the idea that there are certain functions that environment performs, but they cannot be duplicated by humans or human-made capital. Developed from the Brundtland report, the widely used graphic representation of Vyks sustainability, which is on the left, represents environmental, social, and economic issues, but what's important, of equal importance, striving to balance them. It shows that human capital can replace natural capital and remain constant over time. So there are no essential differences between the kinds of well-being they generate. Yes, so I think you know what is it. And I would like you to think about significance of this figure here. So as you know, it's the resolution transforming our world, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And here is my question to you. In your opinion, which goal is the most important? Okay. Yes? In my opinion, Pramonės. What's the number? 13. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So water is essential for everyone. Okay. Yes? First one. Because it's the first one? So we need to reduce poverty at the first place. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yes? So we need enough quality in this sphere, right? Okay, yes? And that's right. I was waiting for that because, you know, it's like the main concept of sustainable development. And if you are all right, because if you choose one, it's okay. But if we focus mainly on one thing, what about the others? So it's the concept, sustainable development, and you need to count all these goals, and you can't choose one because you can't achieve the sustainable development. Okay, let's move on. Thanks. In 2018, Ukraine has adopted the Act on National Safety of Ukraine, which defines the national safety implies not only protection of sovereignty and territorial integrity, but also protection of all vitally important private and public interest, safe living conditions, and well-being of people, which proves cause and effect relationship between goals of sustainable development and national safety of Ukraine. But the destructive impact of war in Ukraine and the changes brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic have had a negative impact of the sustainable development goals. It posed new threats to sustainable development, such as huge destructions, rising mortality, rising unemployment, environmental concerns, and increasing urbanization, discrimination, and bankruptcy of small businesses. And about conclusions, the concept of sustainability and sustainable development are becoming increasingly important. The scope of sustainability is often described as including 3 pillars, as you know: social, environmental, and economic. Second one, in the context of a difficult social economic situation and social political processes in Ukraine, the search for new ways that can provide a way out of the crisis and contribute the social progress and realization of the sustainable development goals is particularly important as well. And the third one, the integrating sustainable consumption and production patterns into national development, planning, and implementation, policymakers can produce goods and services cheaper and more efficiently while reducing risks to people and to the environment. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Christina. Please take a seat. Microphone for you, and of course, let's chat. One more remark. During the coffee and tea break, I had comments from another section. I was asked what you are doing because you are cheering a lot. Do you have so much fun and interest there? So they can hear how we are applauding and supporting our students who are presenting research. So let's send them loud round of applause. Yeah, we really have fun. Christina, provocative question. You mentioned that the abbreviations, definitions, drawings about the sustainable development we have from Brundtland report, it was 1987. So if we know for many years how to solve things, why we're not so successful with it?
That's a great question. Thank you. You know, the problem is that we can't reach sustainable development now because our society depends on natural resources and we can't cut down on this. So we depend on natural resources and we need to learn how to minimize natural resources but satisfy our needs.
So definitely we live in the age of great acceleration. We are consuming more, producing more, and growing our GDPs, want to get more salary to buy more. If we want to buy more, we need to produce more, and so on and so on. So, and then we say that we are dependent on resources, or maybe we are dependent on our consumption.
Yeah, we are dependent on our consumption because our needs are endless. Like we want more and more, but nature can't afford it. So that's the main problem, I think.
It's a quite big problem. Do we have questions? Okay, we have one question.
I'm surprised myself. As like these goals being like equally important, and also the three pillars, the aspects, what do you think is like the most important according to you from the three aspects of sustainability?
You know, we saw like weak sustainability and strong sustainability. According to weak sustainability, we have like 3 elements, and we were trying to balance them. But according to strong sustainability, we know that environmental aspect the most important. And in my opinion, I'm closer to strong sustainability, because you need to know that nature is everything for us. We can't satisfy our needs because the nature decides that's for us. If we don't have enough trees, we can't have enough paper here. And also, if we have enough trees, we can discover or invent something new. So I'm closer to strong sustainability. Was it the question you asked me? Yeah, thank you for asking.
Thank you for your questions, and thank you, Christina, for your presentation. I really wish to find the origins in your research of sustainable production and consumption. Round of applause, and then let's move on with Anastasia Sopina. Just switching on your presentation, which is prospects of the development of renewable energy in Ukraine. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Anastasia Sopina, a student of the Parisian National University. And today I want to say about investments in the renewable energy of Ukraine in the conditions of the war. I underlined next problems. It is attack of energy infrastructure and occupation of energy carriers. All of these programs lead to regression of the economy, and also coal, oil, and gas are not infinite in our world. So, according to it, I want to ask how to cost-effectively organize the structure of renewable energy. Let's look closer about it in example of Ukraine. Like in 220, part of renewable energy production of renewable energy was 7%, and in decrease in 2% according to 2019. According to the National Plan of Energy Development, the share of energy consumption from renewable sources will increase to 27% by 2030 years. According to my calculation, by 2030, Ukraine will be able to reach the planet indicator. However, because of war, this share will be significantly less. So, now turn back to 2020. Only in this year, green energy attached more than 1.24 billion euros of investment in Ukraine. Most of the money was invested in solar and wind power plants. So, according to it, what's wrong? Okay. According to it, let's look closer on 2 cases. For electricity that will be produced only for own consumption, and for sale in green tariff. Green tariff, it's a monetary reward for the generation of electricity from renewable sources. And in Ukraine, it is a system of progressive price for electricity, which decrease every year by defined index. So now let's look closer to wind energy for legal entities. Their annual generation very impact on it climate changes and climate conditions. Like, for example, for mountain areas and coastal lowlands will be much more annual generation, and hence a payback period will be less. And the worst condition for set wind energy plants is narrow protected valleys of the mountain, and the payback period will be equal to 30 years. For solar energy, for own consumption, for legal entities, payback period will be the same, like from 5 to 6 years. And for individuals, it depends on the capacity of this power plant. As we see, for the highest level of capacity, 50 kilovolts, payback period will be the less, it's 10 years. And now, the most interesting, let's look closer for solar energy for sale of green tariff for individuals. Like according to government of Ukraine, you can set only power plant less than 30 kilovolts if you want to sell your energy for green tariff. And let's look closer if investment in this part of economy will be profitable or not. For it, we use two indicators. It's WACC and ROIC. WACC, it's weighted average cost of capital, and ROIC, it's return of investment capital. This requirement is met only in last two conditions, when a power plant is 20 kilovolt and 30 kilovolt. So, according to it, I propose to a state credit program, which will include interest rate 50 years annually, payment period up to 6 years, and target orientation. It's a purchase of generation installations that produce solar energy with a capacity of 5 kilovolt and 10 kilovolt. And this program, we can predict that it will lead to increase into investment in this type of solar power plant, and also it will be profitability for investments because this indicator ROIC will more than WACC. Solar power plants, wind power plants, and renewable energy have a lot of plus. It's renewable, and also they have minuses, like every in our world. For solar power plants, during the production of solar cells, emits harmful substances that cannot be proceed. Also, it's occupy a large area if it's an industrial scale, and they have a negative effect on the soil. Wind power plants increase the noise level, and it's negatively affect to animal world. So next researchers should be directed on elimination of this negative impact of solar power plant and wind power plant. And to sum up, I want to say that for individuals, it is more profitable to install solar panels. They take up less space if installed on the roof of your own house, and have much shorter payback period. Because for one roof, it's okay when you set up solar power plants, capacity of from 10 to 20 kilovolts of energy. And for industrial use, it's much more profitable to set up like solar and wind power plants. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Anastasia. Please take a seat. Whoa. Also, one more topic, alternative energy. First of all, how is the situation in Ukraine? Definitely. Nowadays, it's quite complicated, but before the war, there was some boost of alternative energy production in Ukraine, or not yet?
Before war, it also was produced as renewable energy. Some of it, I guess, was boosted because it's no official information about it. It's only like articles in internet. I'm not sure that we can believe all of them.
Yeah, because definitely there is a huge boost of alternative energies nowadays in Lithuania, especially with governmental support. And even there was such a popular to establish on your roof the solar panels for yourself. And what is the beneficial is decentralization of energy production. And especially when we heard news from Ukraine that the civil objects and energy stations are attacked. So definitely you have the concentrated production of energy in one side, but if it dispersed among tens of thousands, you know, so you cannot reach everyone, and then you are dispersing the production, and then it's more complicated to cut down the energy supply. So definitely this is the one thing which would help to Ukraine nowadays to keep the continuous energy supply in the emergency situations.
Yeah, it's absolutely true that it's separate, and these solar power plants and renewable sources don't connect to mutual energy infrastructure. And when one part of it's laid down, these renewables, that people still have energy, their own produced energy.
Do we have questions? Yes, we have one too.
Thank you. I want to ask, what is your opinion on nuclear energy?
Like nuclear energy, it's not renewable sources, and it's also negative impact because people don't know how to proceed it, and they can recycle it. These materials after a nuclear period.
Yeah, you know, it's tricky to ask opinion about nuclear power. People who in their country they have Chernobyl, so yeah, it's I guess that lessons of the world about the possible pollution. Yeah, but definitely there is a discussion about the small scale power plants, which can also be made in a smaller size and decentralized, like in submarines or ships and so on, and can produce the small amount of energy without any CO2 emissions. This is the biggest bonus of small-scale nuclear reactors. One more question.
So, as the two sources that you've seen, the solar panels and the windmills, I was wondering, because recently I came across the article saying that Germany is interested in cooperating in Ukraine because of the hydrogen, which, well, they have a problem because most of the hydrogen production is in the north and most of the industry is in the south. So they are trying to make this kind of a connection. So the question that I want to ask is, what's your angle on this when it comes to the international cooperation in renewable energy using the sources that you've seen, you've shown, and also do you see other alternatives when it comes to the renewable energy for the Ukraine, for the development and international business, let's say?
Like, am I right understand that you ask about different renewable sources for using in Ukraine and also in international networking about it? Yeah, actually, we also have energy from biogas and from water, but it's not so not so good developed. It's part of it, less than 5% of all productive. And also about international communication, we don't export this renewable energy. It's a big problem for Ukraine. Like, I mean, I can understand it because renewable energy, it's much more has high prices than usual energy, and that's why we don't export it. But for Ukraine, it will be better if we export it because it will be increase our GDP.
Thank you, Anastasia. Actually, yeah, as Ukraine is the one of the biggest agriculture and food producers in Europe, we should speak also about the biomass energy, because you have a huge resource for it, and I believe that in the future you will successfully and competitively will use it. Thank you very much for your presentation. Round of applause to Anastasia. Okay, and now we have Christina Hnidets with the presentation, The Impact of War in Ukraine on World Sustainable Development. Christina, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon for everybody, dear colleagues. I'm very thankful for you all to be here right now and to be present at my presentation. Let me begin with a little bit more about me, about my own background. So my name is Christina. I am a student of Ivan Franko National University of Lviv. I study actually international economics. So my theme today is, as you can see on your screen, the impact of war in Ukraine on the world's sustainable development. To my mind, this theme is really especially important for us in this world, especially when we are talking about the sustainable development, about the climate changes and all the problems that are caused by us people. What to expect from my presentation? So what is on our agenda? We will talk about war and goals of sustainable development. Next, we will more concentrate on famine and nuclear terrorism. Then discussions, conclusions, results. So, war and goals of sustainable development. As you can see, war actually affects all the goals of sustainable development. There is none of them that we can say that is stable when the country is in war, when the country has a conflict with different countries or their own conflict. So maybe we can see, so there is poverty, hunger, health and well-being also is affected, quality education, because a lot of schools in Ukraine are actually damaged, destroyed, and people are going abroad just to have their home to sleep, just to have the roof above their heads. Gender equality also is significantly damaged, and those because women are raped, children are raped, and there is a huge problem to the society nowadays, and to this society at all. Clean water and sanitation, as you can see, as you can maybe heard about the situation in occupied territories of Ukraine, where there was no electricity, there was no water supply, there was no food supply, and the people were surviving in the awful conditions. Next one is affordable and clean energy, and I'm not sure, maybe every one of you heard about the maybe it was more winter situation in Ukraine with power, so there was no electricity at all, and we were sitting without lights, but there was time when we really realized who we are and what we need to do. Next, decent work and economic growth, that is impossible in worse conditions. Industry innovation in infrastructure, that is actually destroying all the time by Russians. Reduced inequalities is all the time. Sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institution, partnership for the goals. All these spheres are affected. And the great damage is brought by Russia for the life on land and life below water, because it's a great pollution that they bring to our country. And also, if we were talking about some resort, like Askania Nova in Kherson region, that is actually occupied by Russian soldiers. There is a great problem for them because Askania Nova is reserved for animals and for some red book flowers and red book plants that they are damaged by their heavy machinery that they are just destroying, and they are just walking through on their tanks and other techniques. And that's a great problem for the world's heritage, world's flora heritage. Sorry. And also, if you can see on your right side, there is some problems. Not all of them, but some problems that can cause war, and they are influence on the global goals. So massive CO2 emissions, deforestation, inflation, human displacement, and a lot of them. But now I would love to concentrate your attention to two global problems. Why did I choose them actually? Because these problems affect not only Ukraine, but the whole world, because we will be talking about famine and nuclear terror. So, first of all, famine caused by the invasion. As you all know, Ukraine in 2019-2021 was the breadbasket of the world, and actually it meant I need to pick up all my words. So, in 2019-2021, Ukraine accounted for almost 10% of world's wheat exports, 15% of corn and barley exports, and almost 50% of sunflower oil export. And a number of countries, especially in the Middle East and Africa, are critically dependent on imports of these products. Russia's severe month blockade of Ukrainian seaports, through which 19% of grain exports passed, already has consequences for both the global market and specific people suffering from hunger. You know, there is a lot of countries in Africa and also countries in the Middle East, they have really low GDP, so they cannot afford to buy a lot of wheat for the great prices. They are higher because of the war, and they are just without any supply of food, and you know, it really can lead to the starvation of some nations. But during the war, Russia is using the food crisis as a weapon to make pressure to the world community. It blocks and fires at Ukrainian ports, destroys Ukrainian granaries, burns grain in Ukrainian fields, takes crops and agricultural machinery from the occupied territories to their territories. So they just steal it, and they want to solve it and to impossible the investigation of those of the theft. They just wanted to produce them already into flour and then just sell it to Syria or other countries. But as you can see on your screen, I've made actually a table and graphics about the comparing Ukrainian harvest of grains, pulses, and oil plants in Ukraine. So for comparison, in 2021, total, there was almost 106 million tons, and in forecast for 2023 is just 63.5. And if we were talking about Ukraine's export of cereals, there was a blockade of Ukrainian ports, and there was no possibility for Ukraine to export grains or maybe wheat to other countries. But on June 22, under the auspices of the UN Secretary General, Ukraine signed the so-called grain agreement or grain corridor with Turkey on the resumption of exports by sea. Russia also signed a mirror agreement with Turkey and Guterres. Guterres is a UN secretary. But the very next day, the Russians attacked at the Odessa Sea trade port with Caliber cruise missiles. Despite this, on August 1st, the first Ukrainian ship with grain left the Odessa port. In total, during the 20 days of the grain agreement, 27 vessels left Ukrainian ports and 40 applied for entry. However, there are no guarantees that Russia will not fire at ports and elevators. Actually, what can be if Russia does not allow to endure those grain agreement? That will mean that all people in the country will pay significantly more for food than they do, regardless of where they live. Is it near the Ukraine, whether they live far away from Ukraine? Whether they live, for example, in an African country, an Asian one, or in the Pacific island. But thanks to the extension of the grain corridor, it was possible to send more wheat to countries that badly need it. We are talking about such countries as Yemen, Somalia, Kenya, Ethiopia, Bangladesh, Sudan, and etc. It is worth noting that Ukraine has always covered a significant share of their annual food needs. So in March, we shipped 374,000 tons of wheat to countries in need, which is 120,000 tons more than in February. Currently, a total of almost 2 million tons of wheat have been sent to needy countries, which is 26.4% of the total export of the agricultural crops. Next, we will be talking about the nuclear terror, especially the occupation of Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. That is in occupation since August 5th. Oh, excuse me. Occupation since the beginning of March 2022. I'm so sorry. And I want to say that Zaporizhia nuclear power plant is the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, and the damage of these reactors can cause significant problems, not just to Ukraine or just to Russia, but the whole Europe, depending on the weather conditions. And so, as the head of the Zaporizhia nuclear power station, Timochko clarified, the worst consequences will occur if the Russian troops break through the shell in all powering units of the Zaporizhia NPP affecting the reactor. So, accordingly, the consequences will be much worse than after the disaster at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The area of the exclusion zone around the Zaporizhia can be about 30,000 square meters. This is square kilometers. This is almost 10 times larger than the Chernobyl exclusion zone. So it could actually affect on the whole Europe and the East. The area of potentially contaminated territories can reach 2 million square kilometers. That is, it is an unprecedentedly large territory. For comparison, after the accident at Chernobyl, nuclear power plant potentially contaminated area spread over 200,000 square kilometers. Almost the entire territory of the Zaporizhia region may become uninhabitable within 100 years. About 1 million people may be affected by radiation, and the number of deaths can exceed the number of victims of the disaster at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant by 10 times. There may be a significant release of radioactive cesium-137, which will pose a danger to the health of citizens, the state of water bodies and soils. This element is intensively absorbed by the soil, and bottom sediments contaminate the food product. Radionuclide contamination will spread to the Dnipro, Black, and Azov seas. So as we can see, so maybe the consequence for us that we really need to end this war, to end the poverty, to end the famine in the whole world, and to end those nuclear terror that can possess a threat for all of us. And actually, it possesses a threat for us, and not just because they have nuclear weapon, just because they are smart enough to occupy the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, and just to terror all the citizens in Ukraine and citizens of Europe. So thank you. If you have a...
Thank you, Christina. You can take a seat now. First of all, thank you for such a huge load of information and data. We can hear some news and about what is happening, but you presented more detailed data and draw more clear picture of the amount of impact which is happening due to the war in Ukraine. Do we have any questions? Yes, we have. 1, 2.
First of all, I appreciate you, Christina. My question that, first of all, I support your country. I'm from Azerbaijan, and so we had this war, this conflict. So my question that, imagine tomorrow war finished, war will be finished. Which field your country should work? For example, energy, like nuclear power plants, because I know it's famous in Ukraine, nuclear power plants. So urban spatial planning or agriculture, research.
So as I said in my presentation, the export of wheat, export of grains is actually more or less they are good for now, and we are exporting the grains to the world. So to my mind, in my opinion, the best ways to recover from this is to, as you said, we have to improve the situation on all those nuclear power plants, and then it's very essential to rebuild the, first of all, social buildings for people so they have a place to live there. Maybe not for like the buildings for everyone, but just maybe social buildings just to those time for be somewhere during the year, rebuilding all their houses, their flats, apartments, and so etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Definitely, I think that all sectors must be...
Oh, and also,
yeah.
I have to add something, excuse me. We have to make the real systems of proving the peace of Ukraine with such a neighbor, and real statements that actually will prove the peace for us and for the whole world.
Yeah, all elements of sustainability will be needed to rebuild in Ukraine, and social and economical and environment, so a lot of things. And for many years, all Europe, I think, will be organized to work to rebuild Ukraine. One more question.
You know, actually, so war is called sustainable development in reverse.
Okay, I have a question about the first topic. It is connected to maybe not necessarily things you were talking about, but it's the same, well, topic. Few weeks or even months back, I'm not sure, there was a crisis connected with the exports of the grain through European Union. So countries bordering Ukraine, as Poland, Slovakia, I think, were blocking the exports of the grain through the, through the country.
Yeah. Not by sea, but it's land.
Yeah.
Okay.
Through the European Union. I wanted to ask you for a few words on comment on that, because there was a few controversies connected with, first of all, rules of free trade, but also pesticides that were over the levels accepted in those countries. So if you could share some light on the topic.
Okay, so 90% of export was actually by sea. It's the most suitable variant for us to export, but also we could do it by land. But actually, it's also a little bit dangerous because we have the bombing all the time. And next, there is the problem. There is a huge problem for us because do you imagine the map of Ukraine? So all those soils who actually can make really good soils for the growth of grains, for all those necessary plants, they are situated near the war zone. So it's really close to, and there is really hard for our farmers to make harvest because even on those territories that are actually deoccupied, they are mined, and that's a huge problem because a lot of our farmers actually are blown up because of those mines, and it's really hard to make the soil to seed the seeds, actually to grow the seeds, and it's really hard to prove those logistics way from the grains by land because it's a huge amount, and we have actually by rail those we proved it by rail, but it's not the amount that we really need to export to the world. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I would like to also support you and elaborate a little bit. I've got your question about that situation that the Ukraine is feeding the world. And definitely when the ports were closed, a huge amount of grains were collected in Ukraine and locked. And of course, if we will put this huge amount in the European market, so we will have some challenges, and the countries which are neighbors, Poland, Lithuania, and so on, they will collapse their own agricultural market with a huge amount of grain. So what we can do, and we do, we are trying and putting our efforts, and Vice Minister of Ministry of Economic and Innovations, Carol, is also working on this topic. We're trying to open the Klaipėda seaport for Ukrainian grains, because we need to move them not to live in Poland or in other European countries, but Africa needs these grains. So we need to transport through the sea somehow, and that's why we're skipping the export of Belarusian fertilizers. We're stopping them, and instead of them, we are moving to Klaipėda Ukrainian grain in order to load to the ships and to export. This is the solution, because definitely it's too much of grain for European local market, and we need to solve this problem locally also, and so only the one way is to make alternative pathways to the sea, somehow to take away grain from Ukraine into the world.
In addition, I want to say those, Ukrainian grains is relatively cheaper than others, than European, than American grape, and that's why our grains is exported to those countries like Middle East, to the East, or to Africa.
Well, it's really interesting topic, and we can just go deeply till the very evening. But thank you, Christina, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And for the discussion, which was really interesting, and round of applause to Christina. And then I would like to invite last presentation, who is going to present live here, and then we'll have one online, if we will be successful. Dennis Amofapiach. Yes, we have Dennis. And he's going to speak about analysis of responsible consumption and production on waste management practices in Lithuania. So, what is your Lithuanian experience? Please elaborate. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Actually, a brief background about myself. I'm from medical background, medical graduate, but I switched a little to go into social sciences to get experience from there. And when I started, I got insight from circular economy, sustainability, sustainable development, and all that. So when I got a chance to, my professor, supervisor, actually invited me that there's a conference going on, so I need to hop on and try to do something. So just a few weeks, I decided on this topic, and it has been hard for me to get data and analysis, but I was able to come through. I'm doing waste management, and in the morning, we're here, we saw one presenter who presented on waste management. He gave a broad spectrum about the waste management, comparing the whole, big data in Europe and Lithuania as well. But I'm going to zoom into Lithuania a little bit, but his was just the general overview of that. So as my topic goes, I'm presenting on analysis of responsible consumption and production on waste management practices in Lithuania. And this background of my presentation is going to include the introduction part, the method that I use, findings, conclusion, as well as recommendations, because I need to get some recommendation for that. Yes, so back to the slide. I don't have a lot of, things to put here, but as we go on, maybe we'll get a concept. We know that the world currently is facing a lot of challenges and global issues here and there, and it has become important for all of us to just be in the wagon, in the car, so that we can drive the progress of the society and an environment. So we are now facing some challenges, and we need to safeguard the environment. And these challenges is due to the human activities. We always want to just satisfy our need. In as much as we are satisfying our need, we tend to degrade the environment. So come back to responsible consumption, and it seeks to address the issue of having negative environmental impact, taking into account all the phases of product life, so from the manufacturing down the production life, down to the consumer, then come back again if we have to recycle and all that. So this is what they take into consideration. And in as much as they have to provide, you have to be responsible in consumption, there should be quality of life as well. So it is imperative to engage in this pattern, that's responsible consumption and production. So we need to improve on this so that we can help the future generation. So you can see from this place, the picture over there, this eco-service, they are trying to manage waste. You see the big car and all that. And we know that waste is a burden, and every country wants to try and bring policies to just manage waste. So you can see from there. So responsible waste management practice ensures these factors or these indicators. We have to reduce the amount of waste generated. We have to use materials sustainably, the energy aspect, and we have to safeguard or improve on safe management of waste for human health and the environment. So doing all these things, we intend to achieve a circular economy. So the purpose of my study or the research that I found is to identify waste management practices in Lithuania in relation to the patterns of responsible consumptions and production. So this is the scientific problem, lack of recycling companies, inefficient use of natural resources, unsustainable production pattern of production and consumption. So what is the problematic question? What question people ask, or what are we asking ourselves? So came into this one problematic question. So I'm doing on waste management. So zooming down, want to know the challenges in waste management practices. So this is the trending question. So the method that I use is to analyze existing literature currently, and also some legalizations and document analysis as well. So I have some findings here. So Lithuania, during this study, during this analysis, I saw that they are very good in recycling. Yeah, and I've been here for like a year and 3 months, and everywhere you go, special places, they've been designated for cans. You have to put, they have special trash cans. You put the waste inside, plastic, and all this waste material. So they recycle, and they have the highest recycled plastic waste, 74% compared to an average 42% among EU countries. So this one from European Environment Agency. So in 2017, Lithuania was adjudged to be the highest recycle on plastic waste. So they were able to recycle 74%, which is very, very incredible. And deposit system for bottle and cans. So they have this thing here. They have special, machine that you go and put the bottles there inside. Then you get money in return. So when you buy bottles, when you buy maybe drinks or anything that have bottles, then after consuming whatever it is in, you deposit it there, then you get some little money. But before that, they charge you maybe point something cents and all that. If you don't bring it, your money goes. They will use the money for other things. But if you bring it, you take some money. So containers return rate has grown from this 34%, that's in 2016, to 93% in 2018. That's incredible. And electronic system for tracking waste movement. So they also have a system that they trace electronic waste from the manufacturing side down, so the waste from the manufacturing side, where the waste is going, so they will track. If the waste is not going to a proper way, they will see, and maybe there's punishment or policy surrounding it. So they have this system over there, which is also good. So you can see from this tiny picture here, there's recycling going on over there, and also there's someone is depositing or putting the bottle inside, and it's a good way to do that. So I also found out that in material resource consumption, in Lithuania, currently they don't have policy documents dedicated to resource efficiency. But because I was trying to find their resource consumption, the natural resource consumption. But they give priority, they have programs that they do, but they give priorities to waste prevention programs, that is packaging. And today we've witnessed a lot of talks or the presentation that some people, they talked about packaging, recycling, and all that. And waste electrical and electronic equipment and biodegradable. So they prioritize this, and hazardous and construction waste. So it's in the National Waste Prevention Program that they prioritize it. So challenges remain. Aside the finding, they are doing good work and all that, but there are some small challenges here and there. So going to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, looking at responsible consumption, that's goal number 12, you can see that in their electronic waste, it's very huge. They have huge number. So the average number that they have to get to be less or to achieve that goal, that's electronic waste, is 0.7, the value. But here, the electronic waste, Lithuania, they have 12.0, which is very huge. So they have huge electronic waste. It's a major challenge for this country. And with this huge waste of electronic, appliances and all the electronic waste, you can see the adverse effect. It poses significant risk. You can see over there to the environment and human health, we all know, and improper management of e-waste, that electronic waste, contribute to global warming as well. So go and dump it somewhere and it will have adverse effect to the, look at this thing. So, electronic waste and dumping side here and there, it's not proper. So it's a big issue. And municipal solid waste. So this municipal solid waste constitute the waste that we generate from household commodities, or the things that we use in our homes, down to our schools. And even here, we are sitting on chairs and we have tables. So with this thing, if it gets old, we can't recycle it, and it becomes municipal waste. So they generate waste. So if this thing gets spoiled and there's not going to be recycled and they're not going to do anything about it, it becomes municipal waste. So this generation goes to 472 kilogram per capita per year. It's very huge. Even though they were trying, the analysis, when you look at the chart, in 2015, 2016, they dropped a little, but they climbed to 472. It has still not reached the average level. The average level is 489 kg per capita, but they are going there because it declined in 2015, but it has gone up again from 2019. So I think it's a major problem over there. So this influenced by factors such as population and household expenditure. Yeah, because we are growing population, growth and all that, and the taste for commodity, the taste for consumption, increases and all that. So it indirectly have effect on this waste generation. And food it's also another crucial thing. For me personally, when I got, I got insight in the sustainable development and all that, I learned that food, we have to manage food consumption, you have to manage its sustainability, way of managing food, and even water. So when it comes to my house, I don't really throw food away like that. I eat little. If I don't want to eat much, I eat little, then I put it, I reserve it, put it over there. But going into this data, Lithuania they have huge food waste generation. So it keeps increasing each and every year. From 2017, look at the data, 36 kg of food waste per capita was generated in 2017. And 2018, the amount increases by 1. 2019, it is going up, and it's a problem. So it's a challenge to the country as well. So you can see from here, we cook a lot, but we eat little. So we have to put, some measures in place. Yeah. So I'm concluding. So in these findings, Lithuania, they are doing well in some other aspect of the recycling I made mention earlier on, but they have to improve because the recycling company, they lack recycling companies where recycled materials will be turned into product. So I think they should improve on their recycling companies, a lot of recycling companies, even though they are doing well in that aspect. And we all know that waste that are not responsibly managed will have an adverse effect in our environment. So we have to manage waste. If we don't manage waste, it's going to cause a bigger problem to our environment. So some few recommendations here. I propose that government should commit to build up strategies and systems that will enhance responsible production and consumption in the manufacturing and production companies. And there should be awareness. This is one of my interest points. Awareness campaign for the population to promote economical shopping. We shop, we don't practice minimalism. We shop, oh, I see this, I want to buy. But when we buy it, we don't use it. So it becomes waste, it becomes trash, and it's a problem. And sustainable food consumption and reducing household food waste. We have to create an awareness campaign so that all these things can be dealt with properly. So these are my few findings for the time being. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dennis. Please take a seat. Yeah, I was very interested in your data. Please grab microphone, turn on. We can chat a little bit. Yeah, what I was thinking while I was watching your information and then the data, and my question is, what is the source where you collecting data?
Okay, so some of the data I collected from UN, United Nations Development Report, Development Goal Report, and also Eurostat, and one, I don't know how to say it in English, it's in Lithuanian, I think, Environmental Protection Agency, their website in Lithuania, so they have all the statistics over there. So I try to, concentrate on some of the aspects that I will deal with. So I have the sources over there. Yeah.
Okay. We have the saying about the different types of lies, and one of them is statistics. Yeah. Who knows the saying? No. And if you will search for data as far as possible, so definitely there will be some misunderstandings, because search while you are in Lithuania, in Klaipėda, and you are searching Lithuanian data in United States report, so definitely in the long way, this data can be changed a little bit. And actually, this is the point that In the morning, Laurinas Virbickas, the manager of Kaunas Regional Waste Management Company, the director, he was here. And we as a scientists were spending some time on morphology research. What does it mean, morphology? Waste morphology research. It means that you are jumping into the specific suit and diving into the pile of waste and calculating what do you have in container. Just literally, the smell is awful, but still. And then you have data, what is in the waste flow. And then you're taking statistics. Surprise, surprise. One is declared, another is in the waste bin. So I truly wish you to have wide experience and someday jump into the container and to test what is there in the real flow of municipal waste, of recycled waste and so on, and compare how actually statistics can be different with the reality. So it's another type of science, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, but I guess it everywhere. It's everywhere. It's not the case of Lithuania. It's not the case of waste. It's everywhere where we have these statistics which were calculated a couple of times by different scientists. So then we will have some differences. Do we have questions for this? Oh, we have 3 questions.
My question is a very simple one, maybe even a little bit funny. So, do you know how to proper throw away batteries?
What to do with batteries? Yeah? What to do with batteries as the waste? Batteries, yes. If you have batteries and they are not working, what to do with them?
Okay, so all is categorized as electronic waste. Okay, so it's a waste, but you know, policies, if maybe a country doesn't have a policy to, you know, for instance, they have places for trash cans and all that we deposit, you know, plastic materials. But for me, I don't see electronic waste trash can or container that you have to put it inside. So we all put it together and we put it in any of the thing. You get it. So for me, I don't know what you can use the battery for, but it's part of electronic waste. Yeah. So if you put it in the environment, if you dump it somewhere, it will, you know, cause adverse effect to the environment.
Yeah, they have become hazardous waste, and we have collecting points in all electronic stores you can throw away. Or if you have more than one battery, you can call to EMP recycling, and the guys are coming to your home, taking your electronic waste and even giving you a present, because it's waste which really gives a bonus for the company to manage. More hands.
So thank you for a data-driven presentation. I would like to ask that there have been recently many advancements in waste management techniques. For example, optical sorting, or as Laurinas talked about in the morning, like incinerating waste to energy. So in your analysis, did you find any, like in Lithuania, has it been adapting to these waste management techniques efficiently? Thank you.
Yes, so it's actually a policy. You know, waste management is a problem, so they've generated a policy to take care of the waste management. So each and every time they build on their strategies and policies, and you know, they move from sectors to sectors, from the manufacturing sectors to production, textile, and all that. And I made mention of system to track some waste, for instance, the electronic waste. So it's also a technique. So each and every time they develop, even though they have average standard that they want to reach, they are not declining just like that, but they are trying to go there, but they've not really reached there. So it's on and on, yeah.
Thank you. So mine is a little bit provocative, but okay. So I want us to connect everyone in the room these points. number one, your point about awareness. I think it is also very important. And what he said, that it's not only, let's say, a problem for Lithuania, it's in everywhere. And I want us to go back to what the professor said yesterday, that normally we cannot expect, by we I mean like people up there, the planners, the promoters, the big guys, they cannot expect people down here, the firms, the consumers, to act in the right way when what they have is actually the wrong structures in place. I don't know if you remember, he mentioned it. So now, this being said, do you think that in the whole world, not only in Lithuania, we'll ever reach a point where we say, okay, so this is exactly the point we're waiting for, where we're going to make some change? Why do I say this? Because I've said on many conferences about environmental changes, and awareness has been raised. You know what happens? Climate change, global warming. The next year, you meet again, climate change, global warming, statistics, scientists. The next year again is the same thing. So I guess like my point is, when exactly are we going to start doing like something which is really tangible? You understand? Not only for you, but like for everyone in the room. Something which is tangible to say, okay, so if, like you mentioned, the municipalities, you understand, in terms of doing waste management, if they're not following the regulations, maybe their regulations, policies, and things like that, is there going to be some big fine that they'll never do it again? You understand where I'm going with this? To reach a point where we say, okay, enough is enough. So that we don't keep meeting each and every year, saying the same thing, quoting the same statistics, but you know what? Remaining in the same point again and again. So just to jog your memory, like what do you think? When maybe, if we will ever will?
I think it's very debatable, and we can go on and on with this question. But my opinion is, you know, we are in this world, we've been fighting for rights, human rights, this right to live, right to education, right to everything. So I think it's a time that we have to make these policies a right. And why am I saying this? If it is a right, then we hold it in a higher esteem, because the policies are there, the strategies are there. I was also doing research, my master thesis in sustainable business, and the policies are there. They have beautiful frameworks and all that. But in reality, it doesn't really happen. So if it is a right that we are holding as human rights, then we can go somewhere, because I cannot come here and hit you and go free. He has the right. So if we make sustainability or the policies as right attached to humanity, I think we're going to go somewhere. And added to that, you know, if Lithuania is, you know, they are having beautiful policies and all that, and they are achieving sustainable development goal, perfect. What about Latvia? What about Germany? Okay, so it's a collective effort. And if it's a collective effort, every time when I came to Europe, all the time, European community, they are doing this, they are doing that, they are doing that. And it's so beautiful, carbon, whatever, so beautiful. They are going somewhere. But what about the other continent? What are we doing? All right. So if we make this thing a right and we enforce it, it doesn't matter where you belong. We have to enforce you to do it. And for now, you will not see the benefit. But the benefit will come in future. Next 50 years, next 100 years. Maybe we'll not be around. But our generation have to come and enjoy. Yeah.
Thank you, Dennis. Yeah, I would like also to react a little bit for your provocative questions, and which are very right. Dennis, you are speaking a lot about waste and the problems. And in this point, I am dreaming about the moment when we will speak about resources. And when we speak about resources instead of waste, so we can speak about opportunities instead of problems. Because sometimes, and not sometimes, quite often, do the same morphological research, we see that we have a lot of materials which become waste suddenly, but they could be materials and stay alive. And materials gives us, especially cheap materials, which are from waste flow gives us opportunities. And yeah, so this is the main point which I wanted to a point, and definitely and also I would like to react, when will be the momentum? You know, the Circle Economy, the consultancy company from Netherlands, calculating world circularity gap. So if we are each year we are extracting 100 billion of tons of natural resources yearly. Each year in the world we are reusing some amount. So this amount is a gap. What is the gap of 2022 is 7.8%. So it means that only less than 8% of all resources we extract, we are looping again into the system and losing majority. So this is first sad message, that the amount is completely low. The next sad message is that world circularity gap is going down, because 3-4 years earlier it was 8.9% and it was 11%. So what is happening? We are putting efforts, we are installing new policies, green deals and other things and so on, but our circularity of the world is going lower, and it's related with growth of consumption, growth of resource extraction. We're putting efforts, but our efforts are smaller than the speed of consumption and production. And we are just running after the train, which is leaving us. And one moment it will disappear from the horizon. So this is the data also, which I also have from my research, that I think we were doing a lot and putting efforts, but gap is going down. The situation is going worse, and that's why Professor Staniškis yesterday was mentioning this controversial statements. The situation is going worse. So we still just do change things in general. You know. So Dennis, thank you all. We are going into the discussions. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we have now the last presentation, which I think I will check. Do we have Yaroslav? Yes, I see that we have Yaroslav online. Hello, Yaroslav, are you with us?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, hello. So we have Yaroslav, and Yaroslav is ready to make a presentation, Environmental Culture of Youth as the main step in the realization of the Sustainable Development Strategy. I am right?
Yes. Can you please say, do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, nice. So I will start. The environmental culture of the youth is the main step in the realization of the Sustainable Development Strategy. There are many things without which the living things cannot exist. The foundation of the world from time immemorial is considered of water, fire, wind, and earth, which are the four elements of nature. They associated with four corners of the earth, four seasons, four cycles of life. Physicians are the first to face the negative influence of environmental problems on human health. That is why the formation of high-level environmental culture is preschoolers, school children, students is relevant today. Therefore, a careful attitude to nature should be formed from childhood, in the family, in school, and perhaps it is possible only if children has an ecological worldview according to which they will be able to interact with the natural world based on understanding of its laws, cooperate with nature, not govern it. During 2021-2023 educational years, The international project Four Elements of Nature, Harmony in Everyday Life in Ternopil region and in Subcarpathian Voivodeship was implemented at Ternopil National Medical University together with the University of Rzeszów. The main slogan of the project is the phrase, Earth, water, fire and air are the four elements that connect everything in nature and us with nature. At the initiative of first-year medical students was prepared a number of interesting educational activities in Ukrainian and English languages for pupils of schools and lyceums in Ternopil and Rzeszów. Students presented the elements of nature in the form of interesting and mindful presentations, magic of the element earth, fire friend, fire enemy, who needs air, water is life. The element of the earth was presented in the form of mindful information in which the great attention was paid to the soil, forest, and inhabitants of the Earth's crust. It was told about the use of soil by humans in various spheres of their life, in the agriculture and medical fields. Many slides of the presentation were devoted to helminths as human parasites, sources of human infection with helminths, disease caused by them. Special attention was paid to the prevention of helminth infections. The element of fire was explained in interesting presentation which described the mythological origin of the fire, its chemical and physical properties. In particular, it was demonstrated a video showing one of the properties of fire, the ability to burn with a colored flame. The basis of the presentation was a story about the fire's positive and negative influence on the human organism. One part of the presentation was devoted to the use of the fire in medicine, namely it was described the effect of warming compresses and the medical value of fire massage. The element of air was presented in the presentations, the slides of which highlight the properties of air, explain its chemical composition and physical properties. Students drew attention to the importance of oxygen for our health and its use for medical purposes. Also, it was told about the use of carbon dioxide in industry and its negative impact with excessive accumulation in the atmosphere. The slides showed how air polluted by harmful gases can affect the human body, causing various diseases. The element of water was presented in the interesting presentation at which the mythological origin of this element was described. In particular, students told about how water appeared on the earth, how much water there is on the earth, and what is contained is in various living organisms. One of the sections of the presentation was devoted to the application of the water element in medicine. For example, it was described the effect of conifer, pearl and idobromid baths in the treatment of various diseases. In addition to presenting theoretical material in presentations, pupils had the opportunity to participate in educational activities. For students of grade 7 and 8 of the secondary schools was shown a scientific film about helminths and their danger to the human body. Pupils had the opportunity to study macro and micro specimens of intestinal parasites, as well as personally using a light microscope. The highlight of the educational event was the holding of the Royal Fire Massage in the gym of the secondary schools, which were demonstrated by Natalia Davibida, Associate Professor of Ternopil National Medical University. During communication with the school audience, medical students skillfully demonstrate experiments on the physical and chemical properties of air, water, fire, and soil, and their benefits for humans. Students showed pupils how to use a pulse oximeter. Pupils with great pleasure took part in educational games. Also, with great pleasure, they solved crosswords and puzzles. Pupils took part in quizzes. The set goal has been achieved. So the purpose of the meeting was the ecological education and formation of ecological culture and environmental awareness through different types of the educational activities. I would like young people to whom modernity opened its doors to remember the words of the Roman philosopher who said, "To live happily and live in harmony with nature is one and the same." So, if we want to survive on this planet, we should start living according to the universal laws and principles of nature. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Yaroslav, for your presentation, for the presentation of educational activities. And education is one of the SDG goals. And for my opinion, education is the most important one, because it's the key to unlock the knowledge and change of behavior. Do we have any questions for Yaroslav? Oh, no more. Yaroslav, so thank you for your presentation, and good luck in your mission, in your research, and definitely the educational activities.
Thank you very much.
A round of applause to Yaroslav. And for this moment, couple of final words for this conference. So first of all, thank you all for your presentations. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, your experience. Thank you for your questions, for your active participation. Thank you for the support for each other. I guess it's the most valuable thing. I know that for bigger part of you, it was the first scientific conference in your life. And definitely when you have the first scientific conference somewhere abroad, sometimes it's quite scary and raises stress, but everything was very nice, and I really felt your warm support to each other, which is the most valuable thing which I'm taking out of this event. I wish you great success in your research, in your bachelor's, in your master's, in your career, and I wish you to found a superpower to see the future and to use this superpower responsibly to develop products, tools, services which are going to systematically change the world into the better situation as we have now. And I wish you to be happy and successful people, to become good citizens in your countries, and to live in peace. This is the most important thing nowadays, I guess. So the huge round of applause for every one of you. Super fantastic, thank you. And now we are going down. There we'll have a short networking event. What do we mean networking? So the last possibilities to meet others which are not from the BUP student conference, to have a glass of wine, to snack, to chat, to change your contacts and so on, and prepare to the cultural event. Later we are going to meet 7:30 in the building which is close to this one. The 3 flags in front of entrance, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Design. The room is 174, but you will see a lot of people are walking around, and we are starting there. 7:30, but from 7 you can also come and prepare everything if you need the time and so on. So we will be there from 7, okay? Thank you.